Bro, like, listen, all right, I don't like Stanley.
Stanley, the Navy man, thinks he's so wise. He reads all
I think
them
the only
books
person I have
with
been
the
was Stanley.
squint in his eyes. Spins till so wild, like ships in the sky. But whose words
And
are
Nate, Stanley
those?
doesn't state the obvious. Like,
You don't think one parent influence is
talking
detrimental?
about, yes, he does.
I literally said they need
The
to
nature of
understand
American culture.
it's a white
if they
people
want to
problem.
beef with you,
Okay,
it's called Stanley versus the world.
You just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think it's okay?
Makers, but they're paid agitators and insurrectionists. Nobody talks about the fact that $19 billion at a minimum is missing in Minnesota, given to a large degree by Somalians. They've taken it. Somalians, can you imagine? And they don't do it. A lot of very low IQ people, they don't do it. Other people work it out, and they get them money. And they go out and buy Mercedes Benzes, and they come from here. They have no money. They never had money. They never had a life. They never had a government. They never had a country, because there's basically no country. Somalia is not even a country. They don't have anything that resembles a country. And if it is a country, it's considered just about the worst in the world. They come here and they become rich, and they don't have a job. I was told that Ilhan Omar is worth $30 million. She never had a job. She's a crooked congressman. So here's another one. And I have, oh, by the way, we just took out, these are all what ICE is doing. And it's a dangerous job. These are rough people. Weapons. This one here is very bad. I'm going through this because I think we have plenty of time. I'm going to beautiful place in Switzerland, where we'll be. I'm sure I'm very happily awaited for. In Switzerland, they don't know about this. They don't have this problem. They have other problems, but they don't have this problem. Look, killed somebody. Look, and these are rough people. These are not. This was all allowed into our country through open borders. These dumbest policies, men and women's sports is dumb. But to me, having an open border for the world to come in, drug dealers and prisoners, Venezuela, as an example, opened their prisons into the United States. That's why one of the reasons I felt so strongly against Venezuela. Now I'm loving Venezuela. They've been working with us so well. It's been so nice. And an unbelievably nice woman also did a very incredible thing, as you know, a few days ago. We're talking to her, and maybe we can get her involved in some way. I'd love to be able to do that. Maria, maybe we can do that. But we're dealing with the people and the president and all of the people in Venezuela, and we've been doing great. The oil companies are getting ready to make massive investments there. They have more oil than even Saudi Arabia. There you go. These are rough ones. This is all Minnesota, every one of them. This is one state out of many. And these people are, let's see, these are all so far people that came from outside of the country. They were allowed in by Sleepy Joe Biden, Crooked Joe Biden, whichever you like. You can call him whatever you like. They're both right. He's sleepy and he's crooked. He was the worst president we've ever had. And we've had some bad ones too. I can tell you, all you have to do is look at trade. You're not getting bored with this, right? I hope you don't. But these are people that you have to see. Strong arm rape, aggravated assault with a weapon, and many other crimes. gang member, known as one of the toughest people around. These are tough people. So this is what the people are trying to protect, because all ICE wants to do is get them out of our country, bring them to prisons and jails and mental institutions from where they came. That's all they want to do. They're patriots, and they have to be abused by guys like Don Lemon, who's a loser, lightweight. I saw him the way he walked in that church. It was terrible. I have such respect for that pastor. He was so calm. He was so nice. He was just accosted. What they did in that church was horrible yesterday. Look at this. 24 convictions. 24 times convicted. They're not charges. These are convictions. So he comes from outside the country. Do you think he's going to be good here? He's convicted 24 times. He's going to be good here, right? It doesn't work that way. It's a man murder. It's one of many. One of many. All they want to do is get him out. They want to take him out of our country. And we're met with paid agitators and insurrectionists, troublemakers. They're paid. You know, when the woman was shot, and I felt terribly about that. And I understand both sides of it. But when she was shot, there was another woman that was screaming shame, 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 right? You saw it. So loud. Like a professional opera singer. She was so loud and so professional. She wasn't a woman that was hurt, like, oh, my heart's injured. She was a professional. She's shame, shame. She's screaming, shame, shame. I said, that's not a normal person. That's a professional. These are professional agitators and professional people that want to see our country do badly. But that's not happening because we have the hottest country anywhere in the world, despite this stuff. Look at this. All top of the line criminals. They're not going to be good. They're not going to be well behaved here. I could do thousands. We had over 3,000 in the last fairly short while. Just in Minnesota. What's the number, Carol? 10,000.
10,000 criminals arrested in Minnesota alone.
10,000 criminals. And these are serious criminals. Now, how can a place with 10,000 criminals, how can you have a state? And yet they're fighting us. See, I like that guy. He keeps nodding to me. You agree with me, I guess. I like him. I don't know who he is, but I like him. He keeps nodding. He says, you're right. He's obviously a little on the right side, maybe. Look. These are rough ones. So we just took this off a stack. We have many stacks like this. Like, I could go 30 times what I'm showing you now. Relations with Hezbollah, that's nice. Why do we allow them in our country? I'm just looking at these charges. It's just pretty incredible. Many murderers, many murderers. People that murdered. So what ICE does, and Border Patrol is incredible too. I mean, Paul Perez and that group is incredible. Mostly Hispanic, by the way. They're like 60% Hispanic. You know, they talk about Hispanic. They're mostly Hispanic, right? And they're unbelievable people. And then they say, oh, we discriminate against. I love Hispanic. They are unbelievable. Entrepreneurial. They have everything. I did great. I did the highest. Nobody ever got numbers like I got from the standpoint of being a Republican. But even if you look at Texas, I won the entire border along Texas, between Texas and Mexico. It never happened before. Nobody's ever done that before. I did it as a Republican. I did it. I love the Hispanic. And they accuse us of all sorts of things. 60% of the people we're talking about, they're the best people we have, and they're Hispanic. The Border Patrol is largely Hispanic. ICE is largely Hispanic. They're unbelievable people. I don't know how they can take the abuse. They're taking rough people like this, like all of them. We have 10,000 at least. I could have done 10,000 of them. You're lucky I only did like 100. And this isn't even the worst of the group. They have murderers. They have some people we can't use their picture for legal reasons, but they're up for murder in their own country. And we jeopardize their case. When we send them back and we coordinate with other countries. A tremendous amount of work. All allowed in here by an open border policy of the worst president in the history of our country. A man that didn't win the election, by the way, it's a rigged election. Everybody knows that now. And by the way, numbers are coming out that show it even more plainly. We caught him. So I just want you to know that it's a terrible thing. Here's the book on accomplishments. And this is something, I'm glad my finger wasn't in that sucker. That could have done some damage, but you know what? I wouldn't have shown the pain. I would have gone back. Boy, did you hear that? That was nasty. But I would not have shown the pain. I would have acted like nothing happened as my finger fell off. That was nasty. I think somebody did that. It was him. It was my man. How were you? You didn't do it. I know you did. I know you didn't. So, but here's the book. These are all things we have. I'm going to read a few of the samples, but look at this. These are all, each line is something that we did. Nobody did that before. And it's big stuff too. Look, we have the hottest country in the world. So I will read you a few. We ended Biden's stagflation. We were in stagflation. That's a disaster. That's far worse than inflation. As you know, he had the biggest inflation in the history of our country. They say 48 years. Pick your choice. But they had the biggest inflation in the history of our country. We have it right down to a normal number now. We're going to get it even a little bit lower. Created super high. What we've done with growth is incredible. We created super high economic growth, and America is booming. It's booming. There are thousands of businesses right now that are being built. Many of the biggest factories in the world are being built right in our country. They're not going to other countries. They're leaving other countries. Fourth quarter GDP is on track to pass perhaps much more than 5% growth, and that's despite the fact that we had a Democrat shutdown. They shut down our country, and we had 5%. Nobody's in this room has ever heard about 5%. I think it could be 20% if we do it right. If we don't, every time we have good numbers, they raise interest rates. You shouldn't do it. In the old days, if you had good numbers, they'd lower interest rates, or they wouldn't do anything. Here, they try and kill it. They always try and kill success. Over the last 20, 25 years, that's the way. In the old days, if you had good numbers, the market would go through the roof. Today, if you have good numbers, the market goes down. But by the way, we've had the best stock market in history, the best 401ks in history, and we inherited a mess. The numbers that we inherited were way up, and now we brought them, almost all of them, way down. We brought them way down. I mean, I'm not getting. Maybe I have the bad public relations people, but we're not getting it across. We inherited high numbers and we brought them way down. And look at gasoline. They have places in the country now, $1.99 a gallon. $1.99, $2.30, $2.50. I guess the average now they're saying is $2.31. I mean, he was at $4.50 and $5 for periods of time. And he went back to the Trump formula, but he didn't do it properly, and he really went back to parts of it because you would have had $8 gasoline if they didn't, but he didn't do it properly. He had people that didn't know what they were doing. Core inflation for the last 3 months is 1.6%. 1.6. Their core inflation was so high that nobody could even calculate it. Under Biden, real incomes declined $3,000. Think of that, $3,000. That's a year. In 12 months, Trump real incomes went up by $2,000 and $3,000 and even in some cases $5,000. It's a tremendous difference. Stock market has set 52 all-time record highs during the course of the 11 months, because this was done on 11 months. Now we are actually officially 12 months as of today. 52 all-time record highs. That means 401ks did great. I have people see me all the time, policemen that guard us really well, and got to know them a little bit. They said, "Sir, you're making me look so good. My 401k is through the roof. My wife thinks I'm the greatest genius, that I'm a financial genius, like Warren Buffett." He told me that. He said, I think they have better returns than Warren Buffett right now.
Well, everybody, good afternoon and welcome to Stanley versus the World. I had to pause this tripe. I can't believe this guy's our president. He is not inspiring people to, or he's not inspiring people like me. This is a rambling mess. This guy, I think he's slowly but surely going the way of Joe Biden. We have got to do something about this gerontocracy. You know, I am getting long in the tooth myself, but I can tell you right now, it is obvious that we are electing people with a limited shelf life to some of these high offices like president. And we have got to stop this. This guy, and pretty much nothing he says, there's nothing he says I'm not going to take with a grain of salt. He's a proven liar. So if you are wandering in to listen to this guy, make sure you hit the like button on the way in. And if you are new to the channel, we don't show Trump 24 hours a day and every day. Since he was doing this press briefing, I figured I would start the show with it, but it is slow. I hate to like preempt this president's speech and move on to something more interesting, but we'll give it a little bit more time. Maybe it'll pick up, but it probably won't. So what's up, 12th man? Your boy is on your boy is on the screen.
But he said, all my life, my wife has been criticizing me for not being smart financially. Now, all of a sudden, she loves me more. But we added $9 trillion in value to retirement accounts, saving many people. I mean, they were going out of business. Think of it. We added 9.
Oh, yeah. And all that money that we're gaining is going to go to groceries and tariffs.
$1 trillion of value to retirement accounts, savings accounts, and 401ks. That's during the course of 12 months. And I think it's probably 11 months because I don't think they have it for the 12.
Oh, and I forgot.
Added.
It'll be tariffs, it'll be groceries, and it'll be Obamacare premiums.
$9 trillion of
or insurance premiums.
Lifted more than 1.2 million Americans off food stamps in 1 year. They would have had another 1.2 million. We would have had, welfare would have gone up. And instead of investing $18 trillion in our country, now it's probably more than that, but 18 trillion and having thousands of plants being built all over the country, you would have had thousands of plants closing all over the country. And you would have had disinvestment, and you would have had welfare going way up. If you look at SNAP,
thousands of plants are not being built all over the country, and all the people that had jobs that got laid off are going to be on welfare. So and he's probably so fucking out of touch or hopped up on something. He's just spouting nonsense, and his little advisors are just letting him ramble on, not saying anything in particular.
Look at SNAP, what happened with that? Was it $7 billion? And it came out to over $51 billion. Nobody has ever seen anything like it. The past administration, they had no clue, or they were really bad, but they basically had no clue. But they did have a concept. I mean, they're still trying to sell the idea of men playing in women's sports. You saw that in the Supreme Court.
Yeah, men playing in women's sports has nothing to do with the economy. And let me also say this. I think one of the reasons that these MAGA blacks and just MAGA in general and Donald Trump himself keep talking about the Biden administration is because they ain't doing shit. To look good, they got to compare it with with the last administration. That is not a ringing endorsement for how well you're doing, sir.
I mean, some of those justices were fighting for him, too. They were fighting for him. But you saw that just the other day in the Supreme Court. Men playing in women's sport doesn't work. Secured a record-breaking $18 trillion in commitments for new investments. Apple, NVIDIA, SoftBank, Oracle, TSMC, Johnson & Johnson, Eli Lilly and Company, Micron, AstraZeneca, General Motors, Hyundai, Ford, Honda, GE Aerospace, many, many others. I left a Ford plant a
What's
week
up,
ago
12th
in
man?
Michigan that they were going to close.
Good morning, Stanley. I guess it's afternoon there, but whatever.
Tariffs.
Good morning.
I don't know what the Supreme Court's going to do. I think to me it reads so plainly. Couldn't be plainer. You're allowed to do a license. Tariff is probably less severe than what a license could be. But think of it. You're allowed to do a license, and then they have a clause at the end, something to the effect, or what is necessary, something to that effect. And what is necessary with tariffs. I don't know where there's a case even there, but we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars, and if we lose that case, it's possible we're going to have to do the best we can in paying it back. I don't know how that's going to be done very easily without hurting a lot of people. But we're waiting for that case anxiously, and we have tremendous national security because of tariffs and tremendous income. You know, we have, and by the way, no inflation. So everyone said, oh, tariffs will cause inflation. We have no inflation. We have very little inflation.
He's wrong. There is inflation, though it is below 3%. And we are not getting income. They are taxes. It is Americans who pay tariffs, not the countries that are not the exporters, or they'd be imports on our side. He is literally
Stanley,
okay. Don't interrupt.
My bad. My bad, Stanley.
He's literally not telling everyone the way it is. Calling it income is disingenuous. They are tariffs. Tariffs are taxes. There is no economist in the world who's not going to tell you that. Right-wing economists, left-wing economists, libertarian economists, tariffs are not income. They are tariffs. What is it, 12th man?
You mean taxes?
Tariffs are tariffs.
I do love how the EU pulled out of Greenland the moment Trump mentioned tariffs. Like within 48 hours, they were all out of Greenland.
And what does that mean?
That means they don't want to be tariffed.
Okay, that doesn't. What is so what?
Okay. Do you really think like 13 soldiers from Germany is going to stop Trump from wanting to acquire Greenland when we've already had a military base there?
I don't think 13. I don't think 13 Germans pulling out of Greenland mean much of anything.
Like, what a joke.
Trump is literally not going to get Greenland.
I think we will.
Then you are as dumb as Trump.
Well, you've always said that. So that's
And
nothing.
I seem to have been consistent with that.
Man.
I don't see how Trump gets Greenland, and why we need
Well,
it
we're gonna
is
buy
beyond.
it. We're
I
gonna
don't think
buy
that's
it.
gonna. I don't think that's gonna happen. And if we do wind up
$700
buying,
billion.
okay, don't. Okay, let me put it to you this way: if we have the money to buy Greenland, there ought to be a civil war because we can get the resources for free. If we didn't have an asshole for a president, we could probably negotiate something. We have our military there. So
Yeah.
this
Since World War II.
this is absolutely unnecessary. Trump is literally trying to just keep everybody occupied with these antics. There is nothing that buying Greenland, acquiring it as a territory isn't going to do shit. It's not going to change shit.
It will for the Arctic.
I literally don't think you're right. There's nothing there that there's nothing there we couldn't do, whether we own Greenland or not. If our military is so mighty, who the fuck's gonna stop us whether we buy it or not? If we're that mighty. I think this is a waste of time. I think it's a waste of effort. And literally, he's more worried about Greenland than what's happening right here in the United States. And it's going to come back to bite
Oh, I don't know about that.
Well, you don't have to know about it. The rest of us do. What's up, man, tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, these people will go along with nuking Texas itself if it support Trump's agenda. Like, no one can, like, if this was such a strategic asset, you would have heard about this during every other Republican administration. You didn't hear about this during Bush 1, Bush 2.
If it wasn't a strategic asset, we wouldn't have had a military base there since World War II, dude.
Well,
wake the fuck up.
Guess what? You just
okay. Wait. No. Stanley. I got this. What branch of the military did you serve in?
I didn't.
So how do you know about strategic assets around the globe?
Because I read.
Okay. So I was stationed in Germany, right? And I went to Korea. Okay. I know that you'll say anything to support this guy. It's fine. But no one thinks that Greenland is that important. No general in the military has said Greenland has ever been that important. This is something.
Then why is NATO so butthurt over it? Why are they so butthurt? Why is Denmark so butthurt over it?
Because you're trying to steal land.
Nobody cares about it.
Because it belongs to them for centuries.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, Eisenhower actually tried to purchase Greenland, and Denmark didn't want to sell then either. It's not the first. He's not the first president to attempt this.
Well, what's Denmark going to do to secure the Arctic North? Nothing.
Oh my God.
Okay, you didn't hear what I said, 12th man.
No,
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether we own Greenland or not.
Well, you see, icebreakers and everything are already coming over Canada through the Arctic. And so Greenland, just like Alaska, is going to be a strategic asset.
I don't think Alaska's a strategic asset.
Oh, really?
No.
Who do you think built the Alaskan Highway and why?
Okay, and why is you don't seem to get my point. Nobody fucking goes to Alaska.
Japan was invading Alaska. That's why.
I don't think Japan's going to be invading Alaska anytime soon. So that threat is.
They tried.
It was called World War II.
And China and Russia are right there.
Okay,
China and
owning
Russia are right
owning
there. You
Greenland.
don't think
Okay, you're not. Let's see if you can use your head. It doesn't matter if we own it or not. If Russia or China, well, China, I don't see Russia doing shit. If they want to invade, they're gonna do it whether we own it or not.
they can
So
try? And that's the point. Why do
okay,
you think?
again.
I think we
Us
already
us
own
owning
Greenland.
it, us owning it. China doesn't give a shit whether we own it or not. Dude, China's right there in Jamaica. China's in Grenada. China's already here.
And everything
So
Trump is doing is anti-China, like taking
okay,
away their oil.
let me
And
tell you
China
right now.
was in Cuba.
You keep believing that China is shivering is shivering in a corner. China doesn't give a fuck.
Their energy costs are about to go up 30%. That's how
Okay,
much they care.
you do realize China has Russia right next door to it, right?
Yeah. So what?
Okay,
They
you
can't
do
even take
realize that
Ukraine.
you
Big
do
deal.
realize that China and Iran have a relationship, right?
Yeah. And
And
we're
let me
cutting
tell you
off
something.
Iran too.
Your daddy Trump is going to be selling oil out the yin yang. See what Trump is
You'd
going to do.
rather
Okay,
you'd
I
rather
don't know why you
Obama,
have to, son. Don't overtalk. Let me finish.
not your son.
You don't. Well, motherfucker, stop interrupting me like my son. I keep getting confused. He tries to
Does he
interrupt too.
interrupt you, Stanley?
I have to shut him down like I'm about to shut you down.
Okay.
You don't think China is good? You don't think Donald Trump is going to sell oil to China?
Mm.
You don't think so?
Mm.
Okay. All right, 12 man. Well, then I maybe you don't quite get that oil is a world market, and Donald Trump is not going to have the corner on the oil market. The world's not going to let him do that.
Trump is
Don't
kicking
think,
China
don't
out
think,
of South
don't
America.
think, don't think that the world is powerless. One of the things that Donald Trump doesn't seem to understand is that if 200 other countries, and I forget exactly, is it 200? No, it's 150 some countries. You know, the United States can be isolated.
I can't tell.
Yeah, well, you're gonna tell because the world is starting to get pissed off. The only thing is, I don't think Donald Trump has a super long shelf life. He's not going to be around forever. And there will be people that have more sense than he does. Either that or won't be able to be, played.
Well,
Donald
JD
Trump,
Vance is your
okay,
next president.
JD
So
Vance will not be president.
who's
He's
gonna
got a
be
wife.
him?
He's got a wife who isn't white and blonde.
So
Oh, okay. Well, maybe you don't keep up with your buddies in the MAGA movement. They're all fucking racists. They're not going to have someone who wasn't born in these United States. And I can't remember. They're not, but if she's not white like Melania, that's not going to happen. And not only that, I honestly think it'll be Rubio. It'll be Rubio before JD Vance.
I like Rubio too.
I don't really care. My point is that don't be so confident that JD Vance is going to be president. And number two, you got to understand half of what Trump does is bluster. China has what has China acquiesced on? What has China backed down on?
Taiwan.
Oh, you don't think they're going to take Taiwan?
Nope.
Okay. All right. Well, you just stand by. If Trump is
Well,
going to, if Trump is going to do this sectioning off of the world, which he seems to be doing,
hmm.
there is no reason. Look, I think China is going to basically say Taiwan is our Venezuela. And it's going to cause a problem because Taiwan has like 60% of the world's chip market, microchip or whatever they call them now. I think Donald Trump is creating more problems than he's solving.
Well,
I
that's
think
why we're building.
if you're going to do spheres of influence, Taiwan is not in our sphere of influence.
We're bringing the microchip makers over here. There's already a big plant being built right now. That way we don't have to rely on Taiwan so much for microchip.
How long will it be before that plant is functional?
I don't have that intel.
Okay, well,
probably 3 or 4 years.
Right, and I don't think Trump will be president in 3 or 4 years, one way or the other.
Actually, Joe Biden started that.
I don't think right. So Trump has nothing to do with it for starters. But again, I don't think that
he brought the investment.
I don't think that China is much affected by anything that Donald Trump has done. I don't think Venezuela is going to do what Trump thinks it's going to do. I suspect what he's going to have to do is somehow or another incentivize oil companies to go into Venezuela. And again, if he does that, they ought to be rioting in the streets because that's money that doesn't have to be spent. If he's going to spend all this money to buy Greenland, again, there ought to be rioting in the streets.
Look, Stanley, Venezuela's oil infrastructure is antiquated. So he wants to bring American companies in there to revitalize it and rebuild the infrastructure.
Have you heard? Did you hear what Exxon's one of their bigwigs, if not the CEO, said?
No, what did he say, Stanley?
Oh, come on, 12th man. You've got to keep up with the news before you go spouting shit off like this. Exxon said Venezuela is uninvestable and pissed Trump off. Trump literally said a few days ago that he doesn't think he's even going to invite Exxon into the country. There's also rumors that, it's just a rumor that he somehow or another is going to use taxpayer money to incentivize oil companies to go in there. And if he does, people ought to be hitting the roof. No, that's bad.
Yeah, it can't be using taxpayer money to do that.
Well, that's exactly what, if the government subsidizes oil companies to go in there, that's public money. That's socializing, as a matter of fact. That's socialism.
Yeah, it's a terrible idea.
Well, I
agree with you on that.
That's why I keep saying this.
I don't agree with them on everything, Stanley.
Well, then maybe you should make that more vocal. But the other thing I encourage you to do is before you come up here and start spouting off this stuff, you really ought to keep up with the news more. Venezuela's not a good deal.
Lots of oil down there.
Okay, even their oil, it's not even oil that doesn't take like refining. One of the problems, there aren't that many places that can refine. It's like, I forget what the term is, but it's like oil that has to basically go through like heavier refining. Right. So
I understand all that.
And they also think that they're about 1 billion gallons off or 1 billion barrels off or something. There's also something, Paul Krugman, I read something last week. Paul Krugman says the numbers don't add up. And though you may go, well, he's a liberal economist, he's also a Nobel Prize winner. I've rarely heard people say Paul Krugman's wrong. There's some accounting that's off. It was basically some of that oil. I think they said there were like 3 billion barrels or something, in reserve or something like that. But they're about 1 billion barrels off because it was a paper accounting. It's not actually been proven. And maybe I'll find that article before the end of the day or tomorrow and put it back out there for folks to get into. Venezuela's not a good deal. Okay. Trump has talked. He's a salesman. He can do that. He can make something sound good. But when you start getting in there, and dude, I'm not even an expert, but you go in there and you start doing a little bit of digging. When the oil companies, when you've got Exxon saying that the place is uninvestable, that's a little scary. So, man of tomorrow, you got anything before I start?
There's a lot of other oil companies out there other than Exxon.
Not really. I mean, because first we was broke, then they were supposed to end all wars. Now we got extra wars. We're probably gonna have to dismantle DHS to get rid of this ICE problem. Yeah.
I'm gonna talk about that. I've got a couple articles.
You want to dismantle ICE? Wow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And actually, I would lock it up without the possibility of parole anybody who disagrees, because the federal law enforcement isn't supposed to be engaging with actual civilians at all. Ever.
Yeah, it is. Who do you think they go after?
Oh, okay. No, it's cool, man. Like,
wait, ICE? Why would ICE be going after citizens?
If they're interfering with an investigation or constantly trying to attack federal buildings, they have every right.
Okay,
ICE federal
buildings.
People are like the Confederates. You're same old Democrat Confederate.
Okay, what you need to do is relearn
Democrat
history.
Confederate.
What does ICE stand for, 12th man?
Yeah, what does it stand for?
Immigration Customs Enforcement. Duh.
Okay, does that sound like anything that some wine mom in Minnesota would be like? Why would a wine mom be a target?
Because she was interfering with investigations.
No, she actually wasn't. You literally.
She was a professional agitator.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, it's true.
Man, he don't know, man. He don't know, man. He don't know nothing of what's going on. Like
what?
Like when Trump is sending people out there, right? He's sending people out there to engage.
You're sending people out there to get in their face.
No. What?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me explain what's happening. People have the right to protest. ICE is engaging deliberately with people who are protesting. That's illegal. That order is illegal. And yes, they should lock up everybody.
They're tearing down fences and trying to invade federal buildings. Just
no,
like
they're not.
The Confederates.
No, dude, they're protesting on the
federal property. Wait, hold it. In Minnesota?
Yeah.
No, that's not what's happening.
Yeah, they tried to tear down the fence and get in to the federal building there.
Okay, let me help you out here, 12 man. There's a judge that literally.
It's an insurrection.
No, it's not an insurrection. It's an invasion of federal agents. And the president is literally stoking the fire.
Well, let me ask you this, Stanley.
No, don't ask me anything until I'm done talking. Okay. The woman that got shot There was no reason they
Deserved
came
it.
up to. All right, 12 man. Then you're as horrible as your president.
She ran
You
She
are
ran
you are
into a
as
federal
you are.
officer.
No,
She ran into
did
a federal
nothing.
office.
She
Okay,
did
no, no,
not.
no.
She was
Stanley,
sitting in her
this is too
car.
good. Let him explain. She ran into a federal office, and what else did she do?
And now he's suffering from internal bleeding because that white liberal bitch
Bullshit.
ran him over.
Dude, she didn't make contact with him. He was
Yes,
no,
she
he was
did.
leaning. Okay, I don't know where you're getting this shit way up in Alaska. Dude,
I watched it on
if that
video,
guy,
bro.
okay, I watched the same video, 12 man.
She
The
clearly hit the guy.
dude literally had his gun unholstered before she even got up a head of steam to leave. He had to
No.
shift his.
Which is
He had
illegal.
to shift.
Which is illegal
He
for
had to
federal law
shift
enforcement
his
to do.
phone. He had
Okay,
to shift
armchair
his.
general.
Okay,
You're
well,
playing
dude,
armchair, Stanley.
okay, okay, and so are you, 12 man. Are you not?
How do you know what was going through the
How do
agent's
you know?
mind
How
at that
do you
Hey,
know?
look,
particular
Do you
time?
we
know?
would know if
Do
there was
you?
an
Do you?
investigation. We
Do
would.
you know more than I know, 12 man?
Yes, I do.
Okay, then you are as deluded as President Trump. You're an armchair general too. We saw the same videos and we obviously have come to different conclusions, but there's an
It's
angle
obvious she
from
hit him.
there is an angle from the back of the car, and this guy, she did not touch him.
At all.
He had contact
Her
with the car.
4,500-pound vehicle touched him.
He literally stepped back, shifted the phone from one hand to another, and unholstered his weapon as he was stepping back. The car was heading in the other
Let me
direction
tell you this,
from what I
Stanley.
saw.
If
Don't tell me
if
anything until I'm done, please. You're wrong. At least
if a
let's just
federal
put,
agent
let's just
tells
put
you
it.
to get the
Don't
fuck
no
out
no
of the
no
vehicle,
no. Let me
you
finish.
better get the fuck out of the
Okay.
vehicle.
No, that is not true. Federal agents are law enforcement agents like any other police force.
Yeah, and if
there
you
are bullshit, dude. Stop over talking and let me finish. This bullshit about a federal agent can just come up and tell you to get out of your car. Dude, maybe you need to be worried about your own constitutional rights, because it sounds like they would have you basically asking how high to jump. The other thing that's a problem is that same agent who did the shooting, he literally broke policy by putting his arm or whatever inside a vehicle. Apparently that's not following protocol. So he basically caused his own problem if he was dragged by a car by reaching into it. There's some problems with this story. I think ICE is a bigger problem, and I hope that the next president, who at this rate probably isn't going to be MAGA, they just dismantle it. I'm not sure that.
Yeah, and wide open borders, which caused this problem to begin with.
Let me congratulate you, and let me tell you why I think Trump has gone too far. The border is under control. I will concede that Joe Biden could have done. He could have fixed a lot, or at least taken away.
That's why we're here.
Okay,
to begin
I do
with.
not want to be interrupted, 12th man.
Yes, sir.
If the border is under control, then that is, like, in my opinion, 80 to 90% of the problem. You have time to think out the process, getting people that are already here out. I think Trump is doing too much, and he does not have the brain power in his administration to do this in a thoughtful, organized manner. Okay, how did Obama get more people deported with half the fuss?
Because he wasn't Trump.
Well, right. He was smarter than Trump and obviously had a better administration. All I'm saying is that you keep listening to Trump without actually going in and looking at what's going on. And as you probably know by now, I consume more conservative news. I mean, the newspapers are one thing, but I listen and look at more conservative publications than I do the liberal leaning ones.
Well, you remember when Joe Biden was sending the FBI after innocent people who just happened to be in Washington, D.C. on January 6th?
Nope, I don't think
you don't remember that?
Okay, Joe Biden wasn't president on January 6th.
He was after that, though, motherfucker.
Okay, listen
and he
to what I'm
used the FBI to go after
listen
people.
to what I'm saying. On January 6th, Donald Trump was president. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, of course you don't. You like to play blind how the FBI was used to go after American citizens,
That's a
calmly
lie.
running a bed and
That's a-
breakfast. And it
that's a
happened
lie.
in Homer, Alaska, bro. They
I don't give a
detained and
fuck.
handcuffed
You
a
are
whole
literally
family.
there. Hey, all I can say is that the people who were criminals, who did criminal acts, by and large got prosecuted. Trump
Yeah, other
pardoning
than
these-
that,
Trump
they
par-
have their
okay,
door
again,
kicked in.
Again, I don't believe you. I think that
Yeah, well, look it up.
I think that no, I'm not looking shit up.
I can look it up for you.
I'm not.
I'll put the
gonna look
link
at it
in the back how
Put the
the
link in the
Homer
back so I
family
put the
was
link. Put the
invaded
link in
by
the.
the FBI.
I don't believe you.
It sure was.
Okay. All I'm saying is that this, whatever you're talking about, Joe Biden sending people on January 6th, I don't think so.
Yeah.
No, but just
Well,
lock these people up,
just
man.
for being there.
Joe
Just for
Biden was
being
not
there.
president. Joe Biden was not president till January 20th of 2021.
And you were okay with Ashley Babbitt, unarmed
Yes.
veteran,
Yes.
I would.
having
Hey,
her head blown off.
hold it. Absolutely, I was okay with it
Okay.
because she
See?
literally
Breaking
got.
into-
You're a
She
hypocrite.
literally got shot climbing through a broken window. Fuck yeah, I was okay with it.
No, she was on the set.
I
And
saw
Ashley
the
Babbitt been black
video.
and doing the same thing. This wouldn't even be an argument,
Dude, they literally broke it. Dude, the doors were locked. The reason she came in through a window is the fucking door was locked. That's
And they
why
threw
she
something
shot
through
her.
the window to further break in even further into the building.
Dude, they were in the inner sanctum or something, whatever they
Bless
call
you,
it.
Stanley.
They were in a place that they should not have been. And again, she got shot going through a broken window because the door was locked.
And what's her name? Got shot trying to run over an ICE agent. So there's that.
Nope, that's not what happened.
No,
That's what happened.
I mean, dude, this video
No, I'm afraid
is
not.
quite public, quite easily to go look for. He just haven't looked up the information at all. And
I've seen the actual video by the agent.
Okay, I saw his video and I've seen probably 3 other videos that were off a ways from the car, and there's nothing that I saw that would convince me that he was in any danger. He literally, as she was
And it's
cutting
department
the
policy to get the
right,
information to
She
turn
was
it over to
blocking
the
the
actual.
road,
she
interfering
was
with
not
federal
blocking the
officers.
road. They could
Yes,
have
she
gone
was.
around. No, they could have gone around. Or
And
better
her
yet,
and her
because
lesbian girlfriend said,
I
"Drive,
have
drive, drive."
also said this. The ICE agents should have gotten the local police involved instead of taking matters into their
That
own
is
hands.
the actual that is written in the training documents. That's
Well,
exactly how.
Mayor Frey said the officers are not allowed to be involved with ICE agents. So there's that.
Okay, well then you know what? If that didn't work, then I would have backed the fucking truck up and figured out another way.
No,
Yeah, she should have backed up.
never have done.
By the way, let me tell you something that happened like a few days afterwards. Lisa Cabrera showed a video of this young teacher that was coming down a narrow road, and there were cars parked on either side, and there was an ICE truck, like one of those big SUV things with ICE agents in. So she was coming up one end of the road, they were coming up the other end. There was really no way for either vehicle to go around. So an ICE agent gets out and is demanding that she back the vehicle up. And she refused to do it because she said her house was like on the road. And she basically said, y'all need to back up. So the ICE agent whips out his little his telescopic billy club, or whatever those are, threatening to break the window. So she whipped out her phone and started videotaping, and she didn't roll down the window. She said, hey, I live on this street. Back up a little ways. I can, get to my driveway.
You got that video, Stanley?
I'd have to find it on Lisa Cabrera's show. But let me
I'd
tell
like
you
to
why
see that.
let me tell you why I bring this up. You know what ultimately happened? The ICE
They backed
agent
up.
yes. He put away, because she had done nothing illegal. They didn't have lights or anything. There was nothing to indicate that they were, other than passing the street, passing the road. There was nothing to indicate that they were
Good
even
for them.
right. And that's what the Minnesota dude should have done. You should not be engaging with the civilians if you can avoid it. Even if they are causing you inconvenience, you have to be the professional.
Right.
That is
I agree with that.
That is the biggest problem I have. You whipping out your gun should be they better be pointing a gun at you.
Well, if you're getting run over, you have a right to pull your gun.
I don't think he was getting run over. And if he was in such danger,
he was hit.
He was not hit. And
how can you watch that video and say he was not hit? That's retarded.
You want to know how I can say it? Because he wasn't hit. That's how I can say it.
He was hit.
Don't think he was. And the other thing I was going to say, if he was in such danger, why was he why did he have his phone out? I don't think
because he wanted to record it.
Dude, that is so lame. That is so unprofessional. That is so fucking unprofessional. It's amazing. So the unprofessionalism is probably why ICE needs to be disbanded or pared back. You don't need to be
because there's
ICE
video evidence.
No.
ICE
I literally Don't think there's anything to defend. I literally think if they basically didn't want to act
Then
like
what?
they, okay, I don't know why you keep interrupting me, but I'm starting to be annoyed. Okay.
Sorry,
I
Stanley.
think I should be disbanded because they are unprofessional.
You think so?
Yes, they should not be engaging with the public. That's what the local police forces are for. And by the way, I guarantee you, if Donald Trump picked up a phone and talked to Tim Walz and the mayor, I bet he could probably do an art of the deal since he's so good at it and just go, hey, look, we don't want to engage with actual citizens. If you could do us a favor, okay, we will tell you where we're going to be. If you could have the police protecting us from them, that would work. He's the president of the United States. I bet if he wanted to make things happen in Minneapolis, he could. But the way he's dealing with Waltz and Fry, that's part of the problem. Okay, he's not.
Well, they are part of the problem.
He's not. No, they are not. He is the
Bray
president.
and Walt, they're literally telling these people to go out there and be violent.
They are literally not the problem. They are reacting.
They're telling people to go out there and be violent. I think they should both be locked up.
So is Donald Trump. Now the difference again, and
I know
it might be hard for you to understand this, but the president is more powerful than the governor in this particular situation. I guarantee you, if Donald Trump could be the bigger man, as we expect our presidents to be, if he went in with a more, even-keeled approach, I guarantee you Waltz and Frey would not be a problem. Okay, the president is supposed to solve problems, not cause them. And that's exactly what Donald Trump is doing.
Well, he's still considering the Insurrection Act, which
once again, the wrong solution to the problem. Donald Trump is full of bad ideas.
Airborne on standby.
I don't give a fuck. What I'm saying is, once again, Donald Trump is full of bad ideas. He is not the peacemaker he's claiming to be. He doesn't deserve a Nobel Peace Prize, at least in the internal politics. He's causing more problems than he's solving.
I like that he's getting in there and tumbling shit up.
I could, considering what I know about you, that's not comforting. So let's hear
the
more.
New World Order.
Yeah, New World Order. New World Order. And it's not going to last long at this rate because, as
Germany went home crying.
As I said, Germany. Who gives a fuck? 13 German soldiers left. Whoop-de-doo. What's up, Shara?
They all left.
Whoop-de-doo.
Inflation. Biden had inflation and he didn't do tariffs. We had a huge problem. We have a 62% reduction in our trade deficit. So if you had a 1% reduction, a normal president would have a 1%, 2% reduction. Everybody would be high-fiving. At a 62% reduction, next year we won't have a trade deficit. We secured most favored nations agreements to slash drug prices by as much. To me, I think this might be the biggest thing of all. We get zero talk about it. The New York Times had a story way in the back of the paper, a little story about it. I think it's the biggest thing there is when you talk about.
That's not true. The New York Times is
front
page news, or at least I got a news alert.
Ever before in any country, because we were priced at such a level that we were subsidizing the entire world, big place in the world. We were paying 10, 12, 13 times more than other countries. 13.
What he's not telling you is that now the American taxpayer is paying to pay down this deficit.
13 times more, not 13%, 13 times more. A pill that was selling in London for $10 would sell in New York for $130. It's 13 times. More than that even. But we secured most favored nations agreements to slash drug prices by as much as 300, 400, 500, and even 600%, including with Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Eli Lilly, Nova Nordisk,
Come on,
Gilead
Doc.
Sciences, EMD, Serenio, and many others. If you look at some of the prices that are coming down, where a price would come down $1,300 coming down to $87. Think of it. So something that was costing $1,300 is now costing $87. And the fake news doesn't want to write about it.
See, he's just cherry picking this shit. He's avoiding the biggest problems in the room, and the MAGA blacks and the MAGA whites are just fucking eating this up. He's giving his base, his political base, junk food.
That's why I do this. I don't like to do this, to be honest with you. But
You can't buy it.
because
You can't
try
buy
to get
junk food with
word out.
food stamps.
We signed one big, beautiful bill. I call it the Great Big
Kind of-
Beautiful Bill,
kind of
delivering the
irrelevant
largest
to
tax
my
cuts
point.
in history. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime.
Make America
We made interest
healthy
on car
again.
loans tax deductible.
Yeah, give them protein they don't need. I'll be talking about this protein thing that people keep pushing. We're omnivores. We're not carnivores.
More prime rib.
U.S.
Yeah.
built automobiles only. So if you build these,
Dude,
if you buy an automobile built,
you won't be able to afford prime rib.
I got
What are you
some
talking
in my
about?
freezer.
Okay, again, beef prices are going to be going up
Yeah.
steeply, and the reason
You
I
know
know
why?
this, I don't care why. The prices are high. That's all I care.
in the United States, we're not doing it for Germany and Canada and different places. We're doing it only if it's built here. We want them to be built here. A lot of the Canadian auto plants are closing and they're moving into the United States. Same thing with Mexico. Same thing with Germany, and same thing with Japan and other
What's
countries.
up, Mela?
Moving into the United States because of tariffs. Because they don't want to pay the tariffs. It's too much. They can't pay the tariffs.
It's a link, Mela.
Nothing different than what other smart countries.
See, again, he's just whistling Dixie here. Countries don't pay the tariffs. The American buyer, the American consumer pays the tariff. This is where he's just so dishonest.
But it works better for us under my leadership. It's not done properly, but it's done properly. We have, again, more plants being built than at any time in the history of our country. Passed the largest spending cuts in American history, and that was true in my first. We had a tremendous first term also. We rebuilt our military. We had one of the best. We had the best economy in the history of our country.
Yeah, for 2 whole years, and then he tanked his own economy. And by the way, Donald Trump's going to tank this economy too. People like Donald Trump tend to be their biggest enemy, and he's a fuck up. He always has been.
But we're blowing it away now. When this stuff starts opening up, you're not going to see anything like it probably ever again. We slashed the federal budget deficit by 27% in a single year. Think of that, 27. You know, you could do it 2%, 1%, a half a percent, 27%.
Hey,
And
hey, Speak Radio. I don't call 12th man a racist. I just noticed that he's a racist. There's a difference. What's up, Don? He's not really announcing much of anything. He's just kind of rambling, Dawn. I think he might be announcing something, but I'm not sure what. I think he's just up there just trying to kind of, I don't know. He talked a little bit about Minneapolis. He's just kind of rambling.
that's with all of the things we have to do, all of the people we have to put on the payroll to get rid of people that are murderers. Again,
well, Mella,
you see,
If I was a
It is so-
racist, I wouldn't love black women so much.
you know how crazy that sounds? I'm not going to even address it. Thomas Jefferson loved black women too. Would you say he wasn't a racist? Hello?
Well, I'm not
Hello?
Thomas Jefferson.
That is very true. I noticed the difference.
I grew up
people
in Memphis.
in Minnesota that are
Okay.
murderers, these people are fighting to keep them there. And I say to Christie and to Tom Homan, the great people, they're working so hard. Look at the border. The border is now secure. First time, you know, Biden said you couldn't do it. You need legislation. I had no legislation. I said close the border. Within 1 month, we had almost nobody coming in. Now for the last 8 months, nobody.
Yeah. So see, here's the other thing, and to a certain extent, his point almost has to be accepted. What Biden wanted to do was have Congress do their constitutional duty. Trump doesn't give a fuck about the Constitution. So, you know, he's more effective because he thinks he's above the
And Joe
law.
Biden did.
Hey, I do not want to be disturbed in mid-sentence, 12th man. You'll have your turn if I let you. Biden, being the institutionalist, because he was a senator for quite some time, he knew that constitutionally that Congress should be doing their job. Donald Trump.
Yeah, before he got dementia
I do
brain.
not. No, dude, why do you keep interrupting me? Can you clue me in? Is my mic working or what?
Yeah, it's working, Stanley.
Okay, so like I said, you almost have to give a point to Donald Trump because he doesn't give a fuck about the Constitution. He just wants shit done. That is a way to do it, I guess. But you live by the sword, you die by the sword. And this flouting the law. One day there's going to be a Democrat in the presidential behind the resolute.
Not anytime soon.
It'll probably happen in 2028. Donald Trump is
think so?
literally well, Donald Trump is wrecking the Republican Party right now. Have you looked at or paid attention to the polls? He's not even doing that well with his base.
Came into our country illegally. And I find that hard to believe because you'd think somebody, because it used to be millions of people just poured into our country. And the people that do that are Democrat sort of aligned. So I mean, they're not doing me any favors. We had nobody come in. We have a very strong.
And this is the other strong criticism I have of Trump. He is not a unifier. And that's going to come back to bite the Republicans. Probably that'll probably be the biggest problem that Republicans have come. Yes. MAGA is too willing to split the country in two. Trump did not win a majority of the popular vote. He just won a plurality.
Yeah, like a couple of
There are very few
million.
people
That's
coming
all.
up.
Yeah, well, out of 360 million, yeah, that's pretty slim. That's a slim margin.
They're not going to make the trek because they know they probably won't be
And swept
coming
every
in. So
swing
it's not as
state.
hard as you think.
Okay, listen
I think
Thank you
to what
very
I
much.
said,
whatever they
12th man.
said.
Listen to what I'm saying, 12th man, because you were just babbling about nothing much. Trump did not win 50% of the vote. Okay,
Oh,
that's why it's important for him to be more of a
he
unifier.
won
Okay,
50% of
I
the
don't
voters.
he did not win 50% of the vote, 12th man. That's why it's important for him to not be so divisive. So the next person after him has a chance. See, what Trump is doing is
Wide
he's taking
open
all,
borders
okay, God
again.
damn
No,
it, dude. Fuck this bullshit. Dude, you need to learn to keep your trap shut. I've been warning you for several minutes now, and it's too much. Trump needs to be more of a unifier because he didn't win 50% of the vote, and he's alienating people who might ordinarily be more there are people who don't like the divisiveness even in the MAGA camp. So he's not making it easy for 2028, even if he was to be even if MAGA was to continue. Trump is basically doing what Trump has always done. He's looking out for number one. And the next person after him is just going to be left to fend for themselves.
then why, Stanley, are more blacks and Latinos voting conservative?
Because we have a bunch of manosphere assholes who like Trump style. Any other dumb questions?
Oh, a dumb question is why you're
Yes,
going to lose the midterms
it was
and
literally
2028. You're going to lose, bro. Just like the LA Rams are going to lose to the Seahawks, and we're going to the Super Bowl, bro.
well.
Like a bunch of
You
losers.
asked a question, and apparently you didn't like the answer.
We need
Yeah, I didn't
legislation to
like
close the
it.
border. They had millions of people
You
coming in a
didn't
month.
like that
We have
more
nobody
and more
coming in,
black
and
people
we're
are
getting the
voting
murderers out. The
Republican.
murderers.
Why would I care?
Well, you obviously care because you want a
No, I don't think. I don't
Democrat
think it's
back in there with open borders and no ICE and no
so. You
immigration,
when did I
custom
say I want?
enforcement.
When did I say I wanted open borders?
Well, you obviously do. You're a Democrat.
So Democrat automatically means open borders, right?
Now with AOC and Omar Ilmar or whatever that raghead name is,
Have you ever
they all want to
wondered?
dismantle.
Have you ever wondered why when these MAGA people come up here, I just don't even bother reasoning with them. I just shit on them because of that performance. Apparently, his phone died or something. So what we'll do is just go ahead and this apparently Trump spoke for quite some time here. Um, you know what? I have been sitting here. Let's see. Shit, it's almost 4 o'clock. I've been rambling up here with this speech for about an hour and a half. So, everyone, thanks, Mela, for reminding me. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. And if you are new to the program, please make sure you hit the like button. Try us out. This is not MAGA country up here. This is shit on MAGA country up on this channel. So if you like that sort of thing, make sure you subscribe. And if support the show by support the host. Support the show by supporting the host. The Sovereign Beer Fund is open for investments. And then I think we're just going to move on because this speech hasn't, it's kind of rambling here. So we're going to stick with deportations and that sort of thing for a while. How many people has Donald Trump deported so far? Over the past year, President Trump's administration has deported about 230,000 people who were arrested inside the country and another 270,000 at the border, a New York Times analysis of federal data shows. The number of deportations from interior arrests since Mr. Trump took office is already higher than the total during the entire 4 years of the Biden administration. It offers the clearest measure of the impact of Mr. Trump's immigration crackdown and expansive efforts to fulfill his campaign promise to deport millions of people. At the same time, the number of people trying to cross the southwest border has fallen to record lows. As a result, far fewer people were arrested and deported from the border than in preceding years. So basically, 250,000 arrested at the border. And 2021, Trump has traditionally had very low numbers as far as people being arrested at the border. So it looks like actually Trump so far, he's actually not total, but if you look at it on a yearly basis, it looks like this year he's deported more than Obama did in that 1 year time period. So he has a good shot of out deporting Donald Trump. Let's see, another roughly 40,000 people returned to their countries after signing up to self-deport, and they received a stipend through a novel program and app provided by the administration. This brings the total number of deportations since Mr. Trump took office 540,000 fewer than in the last 2 years of the Biden administration, when border crossings were at record highs. There were 590,000 deportations in 2023, 650,000 in 2024. So he hasn't quite hit a Biden number yet, at least in a yearly mark. What is deportation? How are they counted? I'm not going to get into details there. 230,000 deported by ICE. 120,000 deported or denied entry at the border. 40,000 self-deportations. Apparently, there were some arrested by the Border Patrol, 150,000. And then there are other types of repatriations. That's crew on ships not allowed to disembark. Okay, so they're not letting crews off ships. Wow. So even with the large increase in interior enforcement and the slowdown at the border, deportations of border crossers still made up about half of the total. So there were some people that were awaiting immigration proceedings, so that made up some of the number. Why is immigration enforcement receiving so much more attention now? In the past, ICE made most of its arrests in partnership with local jails and prisons, quietly taking into custody immigrants who had all. That's interesting. So up to now, ICE hadn't been hunting people down. They just visit the jails. So arrests at jails and prisons went up over the past year, but the increase was far exceeded by the growth of what ICE calls at-large arrests. Okay, well, that makes sense. At some point in time, ICE's mission wasn't actually going door to door. So ICE's mission apparently has changed quite a bit. How has the deportation campaign affected the overall immigrant population? Experts generally agree that Mr. Trump's policies have started to shrink the population of undocumented immigrants, but they disagree about how much and about whether the much larger overall immigrant population is still growing. The number of people in the country without legal status or with only temporary legal protection from deportation was increasing rapidly before Mr. Trump took office, 14 million in 2024. A recent report from the CBO, Congressional Budget Office, says that while the undocumented population decreased by about 360,000 last year, the overall foreign-born population increased by about 400,000 in 2025. That's interesting. So, according to this, the foreign-born population increased even with the deportations. That's an interesting stat. What's up, Kimmy? ICE still does not go door to door. Well, apparently they've been going door to door in Minneapolis. So maybe they haven't gotten to your neighborhood yet, Kimmy. So judge refuses to block new DHS policy limiting Congress members' access to ICE facilities. Well, surprise, surprise. Federal judge refused Monday to temporarily block the Trump administration from enforcing a new policy requiring a week's notice before members of Congress can visit. Well, that's for obvious reasons. Judge Gia Cobb in Washington, D.C. concluded that the Department of Homeland Security didn't violate an earlier court order when it reimposed a 7-day notice requirement for congressional oversight visits in immigration and customs enforcement facilities. Cobb stressed that she wasn't ruling on whether the new policy passes legal muster. Rather, she said plaintiffs' attorneys representing several Democratic members of Congress used the wrong procedural vehicle to challenge it. The judge also concluded that the January 8th policy is a new agency action that isn't subject to her prior order in the plaintiff's favor. So they win that round, or DHS wins that round. So this goes back to what me and 12th Man were briefly discussing. Prosecutors subpoena Minnesota Democrats as part of a federal inquiry. The move showed a significant expansion of the Justice Department's investigation into the state's leaders, including Governor Tim Walz and Mayor Jacob Frey of Minneapolis. So this just goes back to what I was saying. I think Trump actually could be the solution to what's going on in Minnesota if he wasn't an asshole. Being an asshole is just making it more difficult for cooperation, and it's also making it more difficult for his predecessor, if there is a predecessor. Being divisive as a president is not good politics. So let's listen to this. It's less than 2 minutes.
Prosecutors subpoena Minnesota Democrats as part of federal inquiry. This article is by Alan Fewer, Glenn Thrush, and Devlin Barrett, and read by an automated voice. Federal prosecutors issued subpoenas on Tuesday to at least 5 Democratic officials in Minnesota, ramping up the Justice Department's investigation into their response to the Trump administration's aggressive immigration crackdown in the state, according to 2 people familiar with the matter. The subpoenas sought documents from Governor Tim Walz, Mayor Jacob Frey of Minneapolis, and Mayor Cowley Herr of St. Paul, related to their policies on immigration enforcement efforts in the state. 2 Minnesota prosecutors, Keith Ellison, the state attorney general, and Mary Moriarty, the Hennepin County attorney, were also sent similar subpoenas. The subpoenas, all of which were formally served on the officials' offices, represent a significant expansion of the inquiry into Minnesota leaders that was disclosed over the weekend. The investigation was initially said to have focused on Mr. Frey and Mr. Walls, who have both criticized the crackdown. But it now appears that prosecutors will also scrutinize other public officials, including Mr. Ellison and Ms. Moriarty, who could open their own inquiries into the fatal shooting in Minneapolis this month of a 37-year-old woman, Renee Good, by a federal immigration agent. While the subpoenas did not cite a specific criminal statute that the Justice Department was investigating, the inquiry was said to focus on whether elected officials in Minnesota had conspired to impede the thousands of federal agents who have been in the state since last month looking for undocumented immigrants.
All right. This is interesting. This is the first time I've actually found an error in the reporting on ground news. This says judge orders DHS and ICE to release a detained Venezuelan family after failing to produce a warrant, but they're not giving details. Looks like they got a couple things mixed up here. Let's see, can I rectify this? Let's go to home here. Let's see here. Mom Donnie says he backs abolishing ICE. What do you think about that, Kimmy? I can't seem. No, I can't seem to find the story I'm looking for, but I guess that'll be okay. We'll just move on. So this is kind of interesting. A proposed Homeland Security rule could empty U.S. stadium seats. So apparently, the United States is on the cusp of a once-in-a-generation opportunity, hosting the world's most beloved and watched sporting events. This year's World Cup, the 2028 Summer Olympics, and in Los Angeles, and the 2034 Winter Olympics in Salt Lake City. For nearly a decade, the global spotlight will be on America and will attract millions of spectators to U.S. soil. Yeah, it's going to be interesting how they handle all these people coming into the country. The moment will succeed only if the United States is seen not just as a great place to compete, but as a safe, welcoming place to visit. Unfortunately, a proposed Department of Homeland Security rule risks undermining that goal. It could deter millions of qualified visitors without meaningfully improving security. The rule would dramatically expand the personal and social media information required of travelers from America's closest security partners. The policy risks chilling travel, generating negative headlines abroad, and leaving stadium seats empty. So travelers from 42 countries currently visit the U.S. visa-free for up to 90 days under the Visa Waiver Program. These countries, which include such close allies as Britain, Japan, Australia, already meet stringent security standards, including sharing information with U.S. law enforcement, issuing passports secured with electronic chips, allowing air marshals on certain international flights, and providing access to travelers' criminal records. Roughly 19 million visitors use the program annually, with an almost flawless compliance record. Under the new proposal, visa waiver travelers would have to submit additional information when feasible, such as phone numbers and addresses for themselves and family members. More concerning, they would be required to provide a history of their social media from the last 5 years. Oh, wow. So, me telling my son that whatever it is you do on social media will will haunt you. So, what's up, Yeti? What's up, Calvin? Let's see. What are you saying here? I think he's not thinking. Boo. What are you booing? Let's see. Let's have a look at what's going on here in the chat. There's a video going around of ICE harassing some actual Black Americans in Minneapolis. Really? Well, if anybody's got that, it's propaganda. Brooklyn says it's propaganda. Oh yeah, Kelvin, if you think you're coming here to the World Cup, you better tidy up that criminal record of yours. Trump's not playing. So whatever you're doing on Meta or TikTok, you better get to deleting right now, because they're going to be checking their list and checking it twice. All right. So let's see what we got here. A Trump veto leaves Republicans in Colorado parched and bewildered. The first veto of President Trump's second term killed legislation that would have brought clean water to some of the most conservative parts of the state of Colorado, and residents wonder why. Let's see. So John F. Kennedy, the 35th president of the United States, flew to eastern Colorado in 1962 to celebrate a pipeline project already 30 years into planning that he promised would bring clean water to farm towns whose groundwater was contaminated with salt and radiation. Wow, I guess from nuclear testing. It was never completed. Many people in the area still cannot drink from the tap safely. And now the 47th president, Donald J. Trump, has left many wondering if they ever will. Congress unanimously passed a bill last year sponsored by Representative Lauren Boebert, a conservative Republican closely aligned with Trump, to help communities in her rural Colorado district pay to finish the pipeline. Interesting. So why would Trump not assist Lauren Boebert other than he just doesn't respect her? So one of his own congresswomen and all these MAGA voters, they're not going to get diddly squat from their president. Oh, you were booing Zoran? Well, I think that ICE probably needs to be abolished. I think that what Trump has done to ICE is unrecoverable. I think he's permanently damaged or tarnished the reputation of ICE forever. They're pretty much going to have to get rid of it at some point. So these are people in eastern Colorado in Trump country that Trump just basically doesn't want this pipeline finished. And affordability. And they're going to have to keep buying bottled water, apparently. Poor guys. Voting against your own best interests, that's what MAGA voters do best. Good job, MAGA voters in Colorado. All right, well, I started listening to this. This is a new person that I subscribe to on Substack. And this particular newsletter article is called Epistemic Populism. And I started listening to it, and it talks about kind of like what populism is, because nominally MAGA is a populist movement, a right-wing populist movement. It's a little dry, but I think anybody who's into politics will find this interesting. So hopefully it's not a show killer. And if it kills the show, I'll be the smarter for it.
By Claire Berlinski, Josh of Arc. Claire, I'm pleased to publish another piece by our reader Josh Rosenberg as part of our What's Gone Wrong with America series, in which I've invited readers to contribute their thoughts about the sources of the United States' tragic condition. If you'd like to contribute an essay, send me a note. The observations Josh makes in this article are rarely made, both because they're disturbing and because they open the author to charges of elitism, which most writers find unpleasant. This is why it's all the more important to ask if he might be correct. Longtime readers of the Cosmopolitan Globalist will hear in his argument a familiar echo. It's that of the unrelated political scientist Sean Rosenberg, whose work I wrote about in 2019. Rosenberg argued in a now famous article titled, "Democracy Devouring Itself: The Rise of the Incompetent Citizen and the Appeal of Populism," that citizens generally lack the cognitive skills for democratic governance. Drawing on a wide range of research in political science and psychology, I argue that citizens typically do not have the cognitive or emotional capacities required for democratic governance. Thus, they are typically left to navigate in political reality that is ill-understood and frightening. Populism offers an alternative view of politics and society which is more readily understood and more emotionally satisfying. In this context, I suggest that as practices in countries such as the United States become increasingly democratic, this structural weakness is more clearly exposed and consequential, and the vulnerability of democratic governance to populism becomes greater. The conclusion is that democracy is likely to devour itself. Much like Rosenberg, Josh sees the cognitive limitations of the citizenry at the heart of our dysfunction.
This is not a new observation. For all the strengths that democracy has, it is also very vulnerable to people like Donald Trump and his voters.
Institutions that were once insulated from the whims of stupid citizens, he argues, must now cater to their demands. Many have heralded these transformations as a salutary democratization of public life. But paradoxically, he argues the reign of the idiots is destroying democracy itself. Asterisk, you'll note if you read those articles, that Rosenberg had a better grasp of the situation than I did. I was too optimistic. By Josh Rosenberg. Experts and arsonists. The ongoing right-wing populist challenge to scientific knowledge and objective truth has deep antecedents in our history. Exactly 100 years ago, the Scopes monkey trial captivated the nation, elevating a debate about how the state should define scientific truth, in accordance with expert consensus or by majority opinion, to national prominence. But the breadth of the populist far-right's current assault on institutional knowledge is unprecedented. In the second Trump administration, anti-vax charlatans have been elevated to the top of our public health bureaucracy. Climate change has been rejected. Politically inconvenient data at the Bureau of Labor Statistics has been suppressed. Medical research and the National Science Foundation have been defunded. Conspiracy theorists, podcasters, and boozy Fox News hosts have been assigned to top cabinet positions. Never before in American history has a political movement so sweepingly, recklessly, and completely reoriented public policy away from established knowledge and toward conspiracy theories, medieval superstitions, and partisan fantasies. The most distinctive feature of contemporary far-right populism is its primary villain, which is neither big business nor hereditary aristocracy. The object of its hostility is an expert class composed of academics, researchers, scientists, journalists, and government bureaucrats. A major reason for this, which functions as both cause and effect, is educational polarization. The diploma divide has replaced wealth and race as the primary fault line in American politics. The educated class is not blameless. Elite institutions have moved leftward politically, and at times, analysis and decision-making in these institutions have been politicized in ways that have undermined their mission and corroded public trust. At the height of the pandemic, for example, the scientific and medical establishment became notorious for conflicting messaging, incomplete risk assessment, and lack of transparency, particularly regarding the virus.
Let me make one point here. I'm not sure that I agree that, I think class is exactly at the heart of populist types of politics. So I think his conclusion is not quite right, if not outright incorrect. I don't see America as ever having a bigger problem than race. Class and race are kind of intertwined. Um, I think if anything, the educational divide, it's now a triumvirate with class, race, and education. So the education piece is elevated to the same tier. I don't see race and class as diminished in its divisiveness. I think it's literally, it's got company now. Don, you're after my own heart. I was hoping it wasn't too ruthless, but yeah, I'm kind of enjoying it myself.
Its origins. These failures emerged in the context of a larger trend in which prestigious scientific and medical institutions, such as Scientific American and the American Academy of Pediatrics, embraced politicized junk science so better to placate increasingly illiberal and illogical progressives who, for example, insisted that sex was a spiritual and not a biological concept. In conjunction with the similarly illiberal and unpopular efforts to socially engineer a new American elite that looked like America, such self-indulgent left-wing.
Have you come up to fuss? You there? I can't hear you if you're talking. Kimmy, you there? Hello? Well, maybe she's busy. We'll give her a minute.
Fads in science and medicine surely contributed to populist animosity towards elite technocrats. But a persistent pattern of elite failure and ideological capture does not, by itself, explain the way expertise has taken the place of wealth and class as the chief object of populist rage. For example, an especially striking feature of this new flavor of populism is the growing prominence in recent years, and especially since Elon Musk's Twitter takeover, of a collection of online grifters, quacks, frauds, and trolls who have amassed massive audiences by acting as merchants of doubt. These figures do not confine their attacks to corrupt, out-of-touch technocrats. Many are firmly opposed to the West's greatest scientific achievements, particularly in immunology and public health. This phenomenon requires an explanation. Why does it...
Can you all hear me in the audience? Let me check my phone here. Let's see if Kimmy, can you hear me now?
Yes, I think it was me because I got a phone call when I was
okay.
actually coming on this stage.
You obviously came up here to fuss.
Well, I have a question for you.
Okay.
I just want to know your perspective on the issue. Is it really about national security and justice, or is it because you hate Trump and this just falls under the umbrella of all the people that are aligned with that hatred?
Well, I don't hate Trump. Why would I hate him?
Or dislike? You're not in favor of him or his MAGA movement.
No. I tend to have to know you. I can honestly say I don't know that I've ever hated anybody. Most of the people that I don't like, I avoid, or I don't ever get close enough to them to hate or love them. I've been lucky in that I've never loved anybody and then wound up hating them, because I've often heard that love and hate are kind of flip sides of the same coin. So no, I just don't think Trump is a good president, and I don't think he's a good person, to be honest. But I definitely, his brand of quote leadership. No, and I'm not a populist. I don't like extremes, and I think MAGA is extreme. I think a lot of times progressives are extreme as
And
well.
it's like, yeah. So like, what is he doing that's so bad? Is it because it's him doing it, or do you really
I
believe in
I
what's
don't like his
happening?
leadership style. In this Minnesota instance, I don't think what he's doing is leadership. I think he could probably get Tim Waltz and Frey, however you pronounce his name. I think if he called them up and said, "Hey, look, let's work together on this," it could happen. I think he is intentionally divisive. I also think he's very selfish because he's not thinking of whoever his predecessor might be. I think he is literally more into enriching himself and his family and his friends. He's prioritizing that over actually governing. And if he was actually interested in governing, he would encourage Congress to do their job. He would rather run the country like his own personal corporation. That's
your
kind of an
opinion,
encapsulation.
in your opinion, so we don't really have facts that support that. But
No, I actually have facts to support it. I think having done military leadership before, I think if he called up as president and said, "Hey, look, Governor Waltz, I got a policy I need enforcing. Okay, I will promise to keep my ICE agents away from civilians on the ground, but I need your police forces to keep the civilians kind of, separate from the ICE operations." I think that could be done. And I think it would be a better way to go than demonizing the governor and the mayor.
But here's the thing. This is where I think he is actually being a great leader. Because at some point, like, all right, Governor Waltz is an elected official. And as an elected official, he owes a lot of accountability, not only to his state, but also to the country.
I disagree with that.
Oh, hold on. Oh, that's fine. He has allowed this to happen. He has punished
I
He punished
thoroughly
the
disagree with that. Okay,
punished the whistleblowers who came forward.
Waltz did not bring ICE into Minnesota. Trump did.
But he ignored when the whistleblowers were trying to let him know about the scams and the burglary happening in Minnesota.
So what?
And
What does that have to do with ICE
so
operations?
now he's being held accountable by his leader.
Okay, no, Kimmy,
As
you're
he should be.
conflating. You
No, I'm
are
not.
conflating two
No, I'm not.
issues.
That's a matter
Yes,
of opinion.
you are. What does
No.
ICE have to do with the scam?
Well, we're talking about the scam right now and accountability.
Okay,
on
no,
part
no,
of
no, no, no,
Governor
no.
Waltz.
Don't shift the goalposts.
We can
I told you, I literally have told you what my problem is, and you're talking about something
This
totally
is the
different.
issue of two different pathways. Because think about it.
Okay,
What
no.
happened was
Can we stick?
Stanley.
We need to stick.
We're gonna
We
stick
need
to
to
it, but
stick.
you need to listen.
No, stick
Yes.
to the pathway I
Stanley.
started down, please.
Stanley.
I don't want to talk about the scam.
The scams.
Nothing
The scams
to
highlighted
do with
people
ICE.
should not be here.
Kimmy,
Like that guy.
this is what Kim.
The
This
scam
is what
outed
this is what
immigration concerns.
annoys me. This is why I
The
have
scams
low
and the
regard.
burglary
This is
highlighted
why I have
immigration
low
concerns.
regard.
For
This is
example,
why I have low
one of the
regard for MAGA.
scammers who was not even supposed to be in this country in the first place got booted from Canada,
Okay.
was not supposed to
Okay,
be here. So it opened up
let
a
me
can
know
of
when you're
worms.
done. Let me know when you're
I'll let you
done,
know.
so I can
So what
start
happened
the
in
ad
essence,
hominems
the
now.
burglary opened up a can of worms that led people to be able
Bullshit.
to. No, it's not bullshit.
Bullshit.
It's not. The facts are
It
out
is.
there.
What does any of that have to do? You asked me why I had low regard for MAGA and Donald Trump, and you want to talk about scams. What does that have to do with anything?
No, see, you're playing
No,
on my side
you
right
moved
now.
the goalpost. You moved the goalpost, and you're literally
No.
pulled the rug out to a
What I'm saying to
potentially
you is that you are not a globalist. You're not a
productive
populist.
conversation.
You're not the
This is
person you
what
portray
MAGA
yourself to
does.
be because you hate the person
This
in
is what
charge.
MAGA does.
So your dislike means more than what matters.
No, I was not
question.
talking about
That was my line of
scams. I
questioning.
was talking about ICE and Trump.
You brought up
What is
Minnesota. I
what
didn't bring
say
that. My line of
MAGA?
questioning had to do
MAGA
with
does not
my line
MAGA
of
does
questioning.
not thrive well. MAGA does not thrive
My
in
line of questioning
logical.
was specific to what is your dislike? Is your dislike more for the leader
I
or is your dislike
literally
more for
told you
what's
what my
happening?
dislike was.
I understand that, but I want you to be clear on what my line of questioning was. You brought up Minnesota.
Okay.
So I went into that.
If you came up here to talk about scams, that's beyond the scope of anything I want to talk about. So allow me to shut that down. And let's go back. Let's go back to what I was talking about, which was Trump and ICE. I think Trump could actually be productive.
You were the one that brought up. You said he could call them and said, "Hey, let's work this out." Why would he want to work something out with someone who fucking failed?
I actually think that.
He should hold them accountable.
Yes, I actually think
if
that.
that happened in your business, you will hold that person accountable. They probably be fired.
Hold on one sec. Let me switch out my earbuds
come
right
back to the
quick.
Stanley Productions. He should be held accountable, and he is being held accountable. Who's gonna fuck up at a scale that large and be told, "Oh, let's work it out together"? Absolutely not.
Yes, I actually think that.
You're living in La La
Well, I have a
Land.
question.
That's how it works.
I have a question.
Tomorrow.
Hey, how's it going? When the current senator from Florida did the largest Medicare fraud in history, did you say any of this stuff about him being held accountable?
I think anyone who is doing anything along those lines should be held
No.
accountable.
I'm asking you a specific question.
Okay, what's your question again? I'm sorry.
For the person who committed the largest Medicare fraud in history in Florida, the current senator, it escapes me. But did you ask for any type of, any type of recompense in any other manner for that?
I feel the same way, man, tomorrow. I feel the same way. Why should you call anyone and say, "Hey, let's work this out," when they screwed up? And it's not like he didn't know he was screwing up. He had whistleblowers that got punished for speaking out.
No.
So putting that in context with your question, yes, they should be all held accountable the same way, if possible. Who's going to call these people up and play nice with them?
Hold on one sec. I thought I was talking about Trump and ICE. You asked me specifically what I didn't like about Trump and MAGA in general. I was very specific. I don't care. I do not care about the whatever scandal you want to talk about. It's beyond my purview.
I'll agree with you. Let's take that out of the conversation.
I don't want to talk about it.
Let's not talk about it.
Okay, well, I got a question specifically about that. Were those people investigated and punished or not?
Well, Stanley doesn't want to talk about it, so I don't know.
Well,
no, I'm asking you a deliberate question.
That's why I don't want to talk about it. This is resurrected stuff.
Oh, okay.
This is literally been resurrected to fulfill Trump's racist agenda. This is what right-wing populism
does.
I disagree with. Okay, you can disagree when I'm done. Please disagree when I'm done. Right-wing populism requires an other. That's how it works. You can go to your political science class or whatever. So I understand why the scam is a big deal. It's to get Trump to talk about something that they can just conspiracy theorize about. I'm concerned with ICE shooting up the place. That to me is a bigger issue than any scam a Somali might have done. Killing U.S. citizens is by miles a bigger concern of mine than a couple $1 million, or Mercedes or something that some Somali stole. I do not like Trump's leadership style. I think he is intentionally racist. Even if he's not a personal racist, he uses race to his advantage, as the right has been doing for decades, starting with that Southern strategy, at least in my lifetime. I think that Trump, if he had gone to Waltz and he had gone to Jacob Fry, I think as president of the United States, he probably could have gotten his mission done. But cruelty is the point with MAGA. Okay, and wanting to move the goalpost to something you feel more comfortable talking about, that doesn't make for a productive conversation when you ask me a question and I'm giving you my reasoning. You want to move the goalpost, and that is why MAGA, I don't like dealing with MAGA talking points. So my diatribe is done on that. I see Kimmy got busy again.
Yeah, I just don't see the point of trying to punish something else. I mean, what Trump is doing is the worst possible way that you can do anything. There's no strategy here. I mean, like if you wanted to protest,
I think
to
the
stop, you wouldn't
strategy
go
is
out there and
just
attack them.
Well, he's punishing Waltz for being, basically a political foe during the last election. So that's the obvious part. He has a problem with Ilhan Omar, another one of his political foes. So he's basically, what is this, a twofer or a threefer? He's combined three issues that he has: two political enemies and an other, which are the Somalis, and a scam which has been resolved, I thought, and rolling them up into one horrible action. And again, I do not like Trump's personal style. I do not like, if you could call it a leadership style, because I don't think he is a leader. I have a problem with him trying to run the country like he ran the Trump organization. It's not his personal. Countries are not businesses. I have a problem with him trying to personally enrich him and his family. His administration is openly corrupt. I don't know why we want to pick on some Somali scammers when there are problems that are way bigger than that. The Epstein files are buried for now, so I won't even bring that into the mix. But people have voted against their interests. Inflation is creeping up. It's not a problem yet, but it will be. Food prices are going to go up, especially beef. Beef is just outrageous, at least in my part of America. There are a lot of problems, and people are intentionally ignoring them. And I don't understand the MAGA blacks. These MAGA blacks are literally, they're literally working against their own best interests.
I mean,
Trump
the only
doesn't
thing
give
they
a
care
fuck
about is
about
just
blacks.
cutting you off and ad hominem you and actually talking
Well,
through explanations
Kimmy's
and
a
not staying
friend.
on
I don't
something.
mind if Kimmy does that. I'll have a problem with it.
No. I'm talking about in
I've
general.
known
No, outside of this.
Right.
No, I'm talking about outside of this. Not her. I don't know who that is.
No,
I'm just talking about when you
she
talk
is
to them.
Oh, hold on one sec. She is a dear friend of mine. She has carte blanche. If she wants to cut me off, she can do
But
that.
what I'm saying, like outside is like 12th man and stuff, right? So it's like,
Oh, a 12th man.
yeah. So
He
they
and
don't
I have
understand
history,
what's
too.
going on, right? And it's like, it would be like there's no information congealment. Like you can't even agree on what the facts are before we start to even discuss the actual issue and topic.
Well, the
like,
thing is if they would come with facts.
I mean, but they have like that alternative worldview where they come from with all of this, I wouldn't say information, but stuff to talk about. And it's like, there's no way that this
Well, I mean, but that's what MAGA does. I mean, let me put it to you this way. I can think of 5 people off the top of my head that are dyed in the wool MAGA who pull the same tactic.
Really?
You know, they will move the goalpost and act like we were talking about it originally.
They're like,
What's up, Mella?
I've always seen that.
Kimmy's back.
They're like, I always see that in like these quote unquote debates on one subject, very specific subject of why they came on, and then they've turned it to a whataboutism.
Well,
you did the whataboutism.
there's a group of hold on one sec. There's a
Bringing up that
group of
Medicare
people.
scam.
We've been together for like over a year, and oddly enough, there are. I mean, 12th man. We've been doing this for a year. I get annoyed. He gets annoyed. We all get annoyed. But, you know, tomorrow we'll be talking about something else. Kimmy, I mean, she's such a polite person. Yeah, I'm meaner than her. So, you know, I just kind of give her leeway.
I just think this. I really think that people are confusing love, law, and order for their country with their dislike for President Trump. And
but
just
you
because
think
don't
you
agree
think
doesn't mean that everyone's 100. The person you're disagreeing with is 100% wrong.
well?
Tim
Do
Walz
you
fucked
think?
up.
Wow.
Do you think Trump is pro law and order?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Oh my
I do think that.
Wow.
Well, you and I have 2 different definitions of law and order.
Yeah.
He's the most lawless president I can think of.
The Stanley I believe I know will never think foreigners should come here and do what they're doing to his country just because he
Okay,
doesn't like his
but
president.
Kim, the thing about being president is immigration is not the only issue that you deal with.
Yeah.
It really shouldn't even be his biggest issue, in my opinion. Now, I'm a domestic policy guy, so I have a bias. I'll admit that. But I have been saying for months that when and if American citizens are even inconvenienced by Trump's immigration policy, Americans always take priority. America first means American citizens first. And if that means you have to bend a rule to not kill an American citizen, then you fucking bend the rule 100% of the time. It doesn't matter if you're pissed off at a citizen protesting, you suck it up like the professional you should be 100% of the time. There should never, American citizens shouldn't even be inconvenienced by ICE operations. And I've been saying that. I've been saying that.
Inconvenienced me a day in my life.
I've been saying, well, you are not in Minneapolis, ma'am. What I'm saying is 0% of the time should American citizens shouldn't even know ICE is in their city.
Shouldn't even know. That's how specific their orders are, actually, in all of the circumstances but this. That's how specific their orders are. It's kind of like the U.S. Marshals. When you see a U.S. Marshal, they're on their way somewhere to do something very specific, and then they're leaving.
Mella, just give me 1 second. I got one more thing to say, then it's your turn. Okay, Kim writes, you can't dislike your president more than you love your country. Well, let me tell you an odd thing about the military. When, say, for instance, your ship is at the pier and the captain say he's coming to the ship first thing in the morning, they always announce, like my last ship was called USS Briscoe. So the captain, when he arrives, they go Briscoe arriving. They don't say Captain Pitts arriving. The president is a man filling a position. I don't have loyalty to a president. I have loyalty to the country and the Constitution. Presidents come and go. Institutions do not. So I don't have loyalty to even Obama when he was president, and I think highly of Obama, the country always come. I can love my country and hate the president and still be a patriot. So offices are occupied by people. I have respect for the office if I don't respect the person. So me disrespecting Donald Trump has nothing to do with love of country. That's a military thing. So, maybe civilians don't quite get it. So, Mello, go ahead if Kimmy doesn't have a response.
Okay. Respect to Kimmy and Man of Tomorrow, and you, of course, Stanley.
Thank you.
My point, which will be brief, believe it or not, the Donald DT is taking advantage of the authority of this office as a sport. Okay? Let that sink in. Let that marinate. He's taking advantage of the authority of that office as sport. Think about the definitions of sport, the noun and the verb. He's enacting within those definitions. He is, there's a reason why there are baseball caps, right? You hear me out. There's a reason why there are MAGA baseball caps. There's a reason why he's rah-rah, he's being exuberant at rallies. There's a reason, because he views the office as an opportunity to play a sport. He's not taking the institution and sanctity and the goals of unification seriously. He is exercising that position as a sport. That's what he's doing. And it's so sad that people don't understand why they gravitated toward him, because they're sports fans. Okay? These are people that want to see competition. They want to see humiliation. They want to see defeat. They want to see championships. They want to see competitiveness. And he turned the knob all the way on in the resonance of a sport. And that's why those suckers voted for him. That's why. I've been picking over this for quite some time. I'm like, why in the world would people vote for an obvious asshole? Why would they do that? Why would they vote for
Well,
him?
I think that there's some people have been talking for years about, they want the country run like a corporation. And Donald Trump, everybody knew who Donald Trump was. He's been a celebrity for decades. They like that brash style, I guess. But, hopefully they're seeing the consequences. Oh, and hey, Kim, just a quick aside, since you're at the Apple store, I was talking to my son the other day. He's got an old Apple i13 or whatever it is, sitting in his room on a bookshelf. So I asked him, well, is the phone still good? My phone is coming to its end of life. And I'm too cheap to buy a new phone. So I might just take his old Apple i13, since it still works, and just erase whatever's on there. And I'm too cheap to buy a phone. So unfortunately, I don't have a charger. So I'm going to have to figure out, order iPhone charger from Amazon or something. But you going to the Apple store just reminded me that I'm too fucking cheap to. I have an Android phone, and I'm too cheap to even buy a new Android. I'll just use the old phone that's not doing much. So anyway, I thought I would add that humorous aside about my cheapness. Let's see. Kimmy says she thinks it's wild how nitpicky folks can be about President Trump when Biden was. See, and this is the other thing MAGA does. As soon as you start criticizing Trump, they want to go and do whataboutism and talk about Biden. In my theory, 1 year into the Trump administration is because Trump is fucking up so bad that they don't want to talk about what Trump is doing. They want to talk about what they had a problem with Obama and presidents before Trump. That's why they don't want to talk about what Trump is doing. First,
No, they
hey,
don't.
yeah,
It-
and I don't.
it's
What
akin to
I don't
Nancy
get.
Pence. It's
Kimmy
akin-
Kimmy says she thinks it's wild how nitpicky folks can be. I think it's wild that you keep talking about a man who hasn't been president for over a year.
It
How about
really
them
is.
apples?
You know, it's akin to faulty parents who have a bully, and when they're called to school about their child bullying others, they say, well, what about this? And what, they take all the attention off of their child who's an obvious bully. They take the attention off that bullying child
Right.
and point the direction elsewhere, as opposed to actually acknowledging that your child is a bully.
Right. Hey, Nightish, I have something for you that might actually interest you to review. Give me 1 second here.
Meanwhile, shout out to Nightish. I observed the latter part of your previous live stream, and I do appreciate the video you shared regarding some guy named Dogface. He said some really hurtful things. And I'm a woman, but what he said about men, what he said about black men, that was so hurtful for me to hear. It was like, it's gonna bring me to pause before I start critiquing black men again. I was doing it, let's just say, for sport, competing. Like, for instance, if a black man says something degrading toward me, I would rev it up, and it was kind of like a sport, right? But
Right.
what I didn't understand is the nature as to why a black man performs that way against women. It was really deep, Stanley. It was deep.
Well, I
And
watched
that's
part of it,
Dogface
and
is
to
not a
be
deep
honest,
man.
I just found an interesting take on this Anton thing, which I'm going to look at in a little bit. Jason Whitlock interviewed Anton Daniels, the dog face guy. You know what? I couldn't even understand what half of what he was talking about
He's
stuff
not
I
a
don't know
deep
about.
man, but some of the things were very poignant.
To whom?
It was very poignant.
To whom?
Specifically, a better understanding as to why some men walk around disgruntled.
You know what? Those old YNs, I don't have any use for their analysis. I think they're immature. That's why I call them old YNs. What's up, Savage?
It sounded as if he knew what he was talking about.
Well, if you say so, you probably know more about that sort of stuff than I do. So this is our let's see here. I have 2 science stories. This one particular science story is about protein, which protein is something that has been ratcheted up to the top of the upside down food pyramid or something like that. So this guy, I guess it's an opinion piece, somewhat. He is talking about protein and some of the misconceptions. So he says here, behind the micronutrient madness, there are three assumptions. We're not getting enough protein. The more, the better. And meat is the best way to get protein. He says the problem is none of those assumptions are true. Humans need some protein, but an entire multi-billion-dollar industry has sprung up to sell us a lot more of something we don't need in such quantities at significant cost, by the way. That doesn't make us, most of us, healthier, and in some cases leaves us worse off. So he's going to talk about some misconceptions about protein. Myth one, we're not getting enough protein in our diet. He says this seems logical. Protein is one of the body's three essential macronutrients. The other two are fats and carbohydrates. Our bodies make proteins from fundamental building blocks called amino acids. Of the 20 amino acids our bodies require, 9 can't be produced in-house. We recruit these from our diet. Our bodies also use these amino acids to assemble thousands of different proteins that make life possible, from growing and repairing tissue to building hormones in the brain itself. He's saying each day bodies replace 1 to 2% of muscle proteins. Within a few months, our entire musculature is completely refurbished. Wow. That sounds like a lot, but our cellular machinery recycles most of these amino acids on a daily basis, with about 30% of these amino acids coming directly from what we eat. Entire data centers are devoted to the debate about how much protein the everyday, mostly male, very online American needs. So, so there's a debate about how much protein you need a day. Says if you bump, let's see, saying here that the recommendation is 1.2 to 1.5 grams per kilogram of body weight. So basically 0.55 to 0.68 grams per pound of body weight. Athletes, seniors, and patients recovering from surgery are on the higher end of that range of proteins per day. Myth number 2, meat is a superior source of protein. And I can tell you from experience, legumes, beans are actually pretty good, like dried beans that you get at the grocery store. Those are an excellent source. Duwale, where the hell have you been? It's good to see you. Hit the link if you have time. So the myth that meat is the superior protein, but saying it's better is a bit like saying a rocket ship is the fastest way to get around. That's true in a way, but overlooks key downsides about picking up your kids from school in one. Meat is easy to digest and rich in essential amino acids. It's still the gold standard for amino acid composition alongside eggs and dairy. But animal-based proteins also lack healthy things you need, like fiber, antioxidants, and certain nutrients that reduce the risk of heart attacks, strokes, and diabetes, among other diseases. In real life, we never rely on one protein source. A better question is not asking how much protein you need, but what's the healthiest way to balance the volume of protein. The health complications may outweigh marginal benefits from a denser source of protein, so basically high meat consumption. Says here, no need to cut meat out from for nutritional purposes, but plants as part of a balanced diet can provide just as much protein as meat, with equivalent health benefits, as well as building and maintaining muscle. While researchers still debate Whether they're identical, serving for serving, the consensus is that other factors such as exercise and overall diet are far more important. Let's see here. Myth 3, plants are an incomplete protein. Let's see. Says here, the truth is that all plants from nuts to lettuce contain all 20 amino acids, including the non-essential ones, according to a 2019 peer-reviewed paper in Nutrition Reviews. Some like amaranth, buckwheat, quinoa, and soy even have proportions of amino acids very similar to meat. So while proportions are different, none are incomplete. Just as an aside, soy in things like soy sauce, soybeans and soy sauce have that umami element, which meat has, mushrooms too. Just anecdotally. It's also true that whole food plant nutrition is generally not as easily digested as meat and contains less protein per serving as animal protein. You can easily compensate for this by eating a bit more plant-based proteins or just adding eggs and dairy. Says plant-based sources can offer more protein than meat. Whey. But I thought whey, that usually comes from cheese. Rice, soy, chicken breast, peanuts. So basically, this is like a ranking of what has the most protein. Whey, as in curds and whey or cheese, that sort of thing. Rice, soy, chicken breast. That's interesting. Ground beef is actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about the sixth best. That's interesting. You would think that ground beef or chicken breast would be at the top. I didn't realize rice had this much protein. So this is a pretty interesting article. So most of these articles, just to remind everybody, I have in the show links. So, if you want to look some of this up and read it for yourself, please avail yourself of the option. So I'm going to move on. This actually, speaking of beef and protein and stuff like that, Austrian cow becomes the first cattle ever documented using tools. So our cows are getting smarter, folks. And this might interest Duale since he does nothing but milk cows. Be careful. They might hit you with a bat or something. On January 19th, Current Biology, that's a magazine, reported that Veronica, a pet Swiss brown cow, uses both ends of a deck brush to scratch herself, as detailed by the University of Veterinary Medicine, Vienna. Stick scratching, they noticed the stick scratching about 10 years ago, initiating a long-term observation that led Alice Auersberg to visit Veronica's farm in Notch im Gaeltal. I can't even pronounce that. So apparently cows are learning to use tools. Says compared with other species, multi-purpose tool use is extraordinarily rare and has been documented convincingly only in chimpanzees. Veronica's behavior prompts comparisons to Gary Larson's Cow Tools cartoon.
Why would you try to pronounce that word?
What?
The word that you said you can't pronounce. Are you willing to pronounce it?
It was a place in Austria. I haven't had German or anything like that in years, so let me see if I can find it. It's Nesh im. It's either Gaeltal or Gaital.
That's if you're interested
in the pronunciation.
Yeah, if you're not, don't worry about it.
Well, what do you want me to do? Put it in a
put it in Google and press the speaker and find out what the pronunciation is. You'll learn something.
Oh, I'm certainly not interested.
Okay, then you're not interested.
Let's try it. I don't usually use Google with this. Let's see here. Google Translate?
Whatever software affords you to hear pronunciation.
What's pronunciation?
Yeah, pronunciation.
So let's see here.
Notch in the Gaeltal.
Notch in the Gaeltal? Oh wait, hold it. Did I? No, that I want to hear it in German.
Notch im Gaeltal.
Notch im Gaeltal. Notch im Gaeltal.
All right. Well, Dwali speaks German, so maybe he should come up and pronounce it. All right. So now we have come over to our video section, and two things that were interesting. There is a content creator on YouTube. She calls herself Pretty Realist. She is a young conservative Black woman. And apparently yesterday was the first of a series of videos where she gets Black conservative women up on a YouTube panel and they talk about stuff. So I basically recorded about an hour of it. I guess we could go to the second hour, or I was thinking about doing an hour today and then the second hour tomorrow. But before we get to that, I have studiously tried to avoid I've studiously tried to avoid this this
Anton
this
put a clown.
What you call it? I think the Anton Corey thing is just two old YNs just fucking they're both knuckleheads. However, I did find this short clip because Anton talked to Jason Whitlock, and there were actually some things, not so much about the actual Corey versus Anton thing, but some things that Anton said about the interview to Jason Whitlock, and some things Whitlock said about that video. I found, well, either interesting or disturbing. It just depends on when you ask me, I guess. But let's hear what Jason Whitlock, and he will eventually be talking to Anton for a short minute or two.
Anton put a clown suit on Corey Holcomb. This is a 3-minute excerpt from that, the blow up. Want you to watch this, and then on the other side of that, I will interview Anton Daniels.
Male do to America to bring it down. I'm not getting into that. You dancing around it. And that's why I lose respect for you when you start dancing and kissing Caucasian males' ass. But I don't. Don't do that in front of me because I'm not an ass kisser of nobody.
Yes, you are. You suck the black people right now. You doing the easy shit. What you do, let me tell you what you do.
Nah,
see, ain't
homie, let me tell you something, homie.
Ain't nobody gonna tell you.
I don't
ain't nobody,
suck.
Yeah,
I don't
you do.
suck. So fix
you doing
that.
it right now.
I don't suck.
You doing it right now.
Homie, believe me when I tell you. I don't
Believe me
do
when
that.
I tell you.
I don't do that.
Listen.
So don't come at me with no
I'm
sucky shit.
gonna give you the same
Let's
energy you give me.
Let's switch seats.
I'm going right down.
Yo.
Right now, I'm going up back. I don't give a fuck about this shit.
Homie, you just running your mouth.
I'm not running my
I
mouth.
got a
You
question
running
for
your
Anton.
mouth.
I don't do
You
no
doing this shit for the
shit.
internet. You doing it for the internet. Now, if you want to say your time, no, hold on. If you want
I'll
to say
show
Anton,
you I ain't doing it for the internet.
If you want to say Anton, listen, don't disrespect me like that. If you want to say Anton, don't disrespect me like that. I'll respect you. But don't boss up on me because you said a lot of shit to me today that I don't with either. But I let that shit ride because you don't know me. You don't know me. So I'm going to extend the same respect to you. You called me out.
You don't know me.
Especially with regard to
What? Did someone say something?
You don't know me. I'm just trying to figure out why some black people have to repeat them stuff like ah, and you don't know me. You don't know
Okay,
me.
12th man. So repeating black people repeat themselves more than white people?
I think so.
You know what? I don't even know how to address that ridiculousness.
I do.
How would it call us?
Oh, oh well. How would you? How would you? I can only imagine what you're going to say.
Well, man, when I come across white men who are dressed outside in my reality, what tends to happen is they're overzealous with their talk. It could be something as simple as standing in line at a grocery store. They strike up a conversation. They become inquisitive, overly so. And so a lot of times it's anxiety, right? So are you saying that black people are not afforded anxiety? Because white men sure exhibit anxiety. A lot
Well,
of
I don't say during a transaction.
but you want to point out a personality.
Okay, well, hold it. You do realize that you're slurring, right?
Yeah, he doesn't understand that.
So why do white men always sound drunk?
Well, I mean, you know, it
Well,
happens.
at least we don't stutter.
Okay, 12th man. So you're saying stuttering is worse than being drunk?
What do you
Just
want to
as
prove?
bad.
What do you want to prove to
Can you
me?
speak
For
English?
You're literally so drunk you've got a speech impediment. Okay, so stuttering is a speech impediment, and sir is slurred speech.
you want a hug? You want a virtual hug? I'm
So
hugging
is
you.
your
gonna be
white
all right.
boy drunk slurring not
You
a
can,
speech impediment now?
you can lay
I'll
down.
take a hug from Mela any day.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm
look, just like
good.
a MAGA person, you want to change the topic from once it gets a little uncomfortable.
It's not
All I
safe
have
for
to
you right
say,
now,
all I
Stan.
have to say is sometimes when you know you're drunk, maybe the better part of
Geez,
valor is just
Stanley don't.
okay. Maybe when you're drunk, sometimes it's better just not to say anything because I am going to beat up on you when you do shit like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Being drunk and slurring is a speech impediment, as is, and by the way, they weren't stuttering, that's a stammer. When you can tell me the difference between a stutter and a stammer, maybe I'll respect your bullshit a little bit more. He wasn't stuttering, he was stammering.
You don't have to torment yourself, 12th man. It's all right to get some rest and come back stronger. I appreciate you defending me. Thank you. But it's okay to get some rest.
Defending
We'll
you?
be here when you get back. We'll be here when you get back.
Well, maybe we will.
There's always another new day. Always.
What makes you think I'm going away?
No, there's always another new
Well,
day.
she's just assuming you're about to pass out. You're
No,
slurring so much.
I think some rest would some nourishment. We were talking about nourishment, some nourishment and rest.
We were talking about protein.
Yeah, well, anyway, it's not funny to me, okay? Nourishment,
Well, it's hilarious. It's hilarious to me.
Nourishment, hydration, and rest will strengthen your
And a hug from Mela.
absolute hug. Digitally reaching out to you. You're gonna be all right. I promise. And if you're not, you're gonna disappoint me. So don't disappoint me. Take good care of yourself. Thank you.
I know I'm getting me a black woman on the homestead.
Well, just don't enslave her, okay?
All right. Well, let's finish this.
I'm telling you that you did. You can't tell me how I get disrespect. You're not gonna do
Come
shit.
at me with that sucking shit again.
You're not gonna
Come at me with. Say I suck again, nigga.
We can go
I'll
out back
show you
right
who
now.
the fuck I am.
We can go out back right now. I'm with it.
I bet you won't say that shit.
We can go out back right now.
I got money for all this. Whatever.
I got money too. Don't nobody give a fuck about that shit.
Hey,
No, it's just not respect.
I ain't falling for that. I ain't falling. Dolly, get out the way. Don't get in the way of two.
But anyway, how would you describe him getting up out of his chair, switching chairs, trying to physically intimidate you and threaten you? And then he folded up just real quick. And I got to be honest with you, it kind of shocked me to see him fold that quick.
It didn't shock me because what people may not have been able to see is that he was shaking. Like he was shaking like
my
a
ex-husband. I do not like him.
Trying to hold the mic shaking. And you can probably
Jason Whitlock was your ex-husband.
No, the other guy with the glasses.
Oh, Anton.
I'm telling you, his persona resonates my ex-husband to me.
Well, when you say resonate, can you be more specific? That's an interesting.
He has the arrogance that he can't back up. My ex-husband had a level of arrogance he couldn't back up. That's Anton Daniels. He has a level.
Okay, I thought he was causing a stirring in your loins.
No, not at all. I'm not talking about being turned on. Even though he was the first man to give me an orgasm, that's no.
Well, I wasn't going to take it quite that far. I was going to stick with. I was going to stick with euphemisms.
He has the arrogance. He's performing an arrogance that he actually can't back up. Actually,
I see.
He probably misspells words and then tells you that you don't know how to read.
Well, funny you put a pin in that thought because we're gonna go there here in just a minute. So this is Jason Whitlock, and once again, I have a comment which again will have nothing to do with the fight. I looked at the video, but I wasn't really interested in all that rigmarole. It was what was said, actually off the topic. The fighting words. I wasn't interested in the fighting words. That's schoolyard old YN stuff. That's like that's the boring part.
Probably see it if you actually kind of look at it and zoom in. He was scared.
What's that?
And it was a defense mechanism.
YN? You're trying to be like the young people.
Oh, no. I've been calling these people old YNs. These are old men in their 40s acting like street kids. And I just found out Corey Holcomb's like 57. He's way too old to be acting like that.
And so, when we were having a conversation, he was outwitted because I started talking a lot more intellectual about local voting and how that affects communities. And I know that he don't vote.
This is where it starts to get interesting. Anton thinks that his response was intellectual. And dude, and this is why it's even more interesting because when I looked at the original footage, I basically trashed his quote intellectualism. He got nothing right. He got the slavery part wrong. The voting part, how important it is, that's the only thing that I thought out of the whole time. That's the only thing he said that I thought, was worth anything. I don't get why these people think they're being intellectual. What is their definition of intellectual?
You haven't been to jail. That's really what it all boils down to. A person who hasn't been imprisoned, arrested, they believe they're smart. They actually believe that.
Well, it's smart not to get arrested. I'm not going to take that away.
But that doesn't qualify as intellectual.
Right. And that's my whole point.
And
And
this is me.
he gets the Republican. He talked about the Republicans being the party of black people, which was it literally, if I'd been drinking like a soda or something, I'd have done a spit take with how just fucking ahistorical that point is. So let's listen to a little bit more of it. But intellectual, that word never entered my mind listening to this low budget, low
Absolutely not.
impact. Yeah, this low impact, low budget intellectualism that Anton thinks that he's carrying around. Dude, dude, it's embarrassing how uninformed he is.
I started talking about culture and the transatlantic slave trade, and he tried to box me in by saying, "But you're black," and I said, "No, I'm a Christian first. You know, I actually believe in Jesus." And so all of this type of conversation was going way over his head. And so what he would do is he would try to change the subject with that, and then go to another point, go to another point.
Did I just walk in
And
on
we
that?
couldn't-
Wow.
Oh yeah, we were. I was just saying, he literally. Let me back this up a little bit.
Yeah, back it up.
So you can really do a spit take.
Wow.
Oops. Oh, you're gonna be stunned. I was hoping maybe you'd heard this part. If you
who's the dude on the left? Who's the dude on the left?
That's Jason Whitlock.
Oh, another coon. Oh, okay. All right.
Getting up out of his chair, switching chairs, trying to physically intimidate you and threaten you. And then he folded up just real quick. And I got to be honest with you, it kind of shocked me to see him fold that quick.
It didn't shock me because what people may not have been able to see is that he was shaking. Like he was shaking like a stripper. Like trying to hold the mic shaking. And you can probably see it if you actually kind of look at it and zoom in.
Yeah, we could probably see it.
And it was a defense
Do
mechanism.
you hear that? He was scared.
And so, when we were having a conversation, he was outwitted because I started talking a lot more intellectual about local voting and how that affects
Now,
community.
what do you think about them apples? He was talking a lot more intellectual. You and I actually heard that part where he's talking about the Republican Party being the party of blacks. That's his level of intellect.
That's a level of ignorance. I mean, but if you run into most people in a political conversation, they operate at that baseline level until you run into people like us. And then we ask you, okay, so who decided to end Reconstruction?
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't the Democrats. Now they were happy. They were happy to have it ended, but technically the Republicans, I mean, they basically took power and threw the black people overboard.
Yes, they did.
And I know that he don't vote. I started talking about culture and the transatlantic slave trade, and he tried to box me in by saying, "But you're black," and I said, "No, I'm a Christian first. I actually believe in Jesus." And so all of this type of
see, let me, dude.
The transatlantic Christian slave trade. That's what it was.
Yeah, exactly.
They were just going to the Christian land and just picking up Christians to bring them over.
Hey, it was a pope. It was a pope that ended that. You remember during the conquistador days, if blacks converted to Christianity, they would be freed or manumitted, I guess is the word. But that went away when too many blacks started converting. The Protestants took care of that.
No, you'd be like, look,
conversation.
You would have converted. Hell, I would have converted too. Shit.
Oh no. Well, it was the Protestants who said converting doesn't matter.
Of course. I mean, that's why that's why a lot of Protestant history I don't really side eye as much because of evil nonsense like that. Yeah.
But all I have to say is this is intellectual, all right.
It's going way over his head. And so what he would do is he would try to change the subject real fast and then go to another point, go to another point. And we couldn't stay on anything because he kept moving the goalposts as a defense mechanism as to not
I
get
have to
embarrassed
do a
on his
review of
platform.
this on my channel.
And then,
Oh my
as
God.
expected, he threw an insult and said that I like to kiss.
Okay, yeah,
you know, pardon my
I'll
French,
put the
white
link in the
people's
back.
ass.
No. That's fine. I just find it wildly ridiculous that he would go to somebody else who's not liked by black people to lie about what happened with him and Corey Holcomb. It's
Well, I mean, he knows that
No
Whitlock's
soul.
an ally.
Yeah.
But actually, the thing that really I got out of this is Corey Holcomb's 57. That is tragic. When I talk about old YNs, that 57 just it holds a special.
No. He dresses like one. He talks like one.
Yes.
And he acts like one.
Yep.
White men's ass. To which I then responded with the same energy, well, you like to suck black people's D, right? Now, some people would say, well, Anton, you took it too far, right? And you can make an argument for that, sure. But I also understood who I was talking to and how far he takes it on a regular basis. And I see him disrespecting people, and he had just disrespected me. And you can't, and the lesson there is,
that's what you did,
can't control how people respond when they disrespect you. You see what I'm saying? So I could have been a bigger person, but I decided not to on that platform because I seen weakness in him, and I also wanted to expose him because he thinks he's a bully and he picks and chooses his targets, which I told him that also. So with him getting up and moving the chairs and all of that stuff,
Hey, you didn't say that shit again.
nobody was
Right
fearful of it. And it wasn't about being tough or anything like that. But it was like, okay, well, let's just see how far it goes. Let's see how far the rabbit hole goes. And it really amounted to just one of those type of dogs that like to bark on the porch. But then when they actually step out there, when you remove the fence from it, and again, he was shaking and all of that stuff. When you remove the fence from it, it amounted to practically nothing. Even so much so to the point to where I said, listen, we don't even have to keep talking about it.
You see him
Back
shaking.
if you tough, and we can.
Did any of you gentlemen see?
No.
I didn't see him shaking. Where's the shaking?
Anton was trying to get out of that little space and go back to his security. I seen that happening.
Yeah, and he was gripping his microphone like he was going to have to use it as a weapon. I didn't see any shaking from Corey.
But you have to understand, Melody.
No, I wasn't
Why would you go
paying
to a
it that
place
much
like Corey
attention, to be
Holcomb and
honest.
bring security? Like, what's that about? I thought y'all was having a conversation. Like, he brought security because he knew he was going to say some sideways stuff, and he may or may not would have got up out of there. Right?
Yeah.
So he went there with the intentions on disrespecting that dude. Unreal. Corey Holcomb was shaking. So what he's trying to do is bait Corey Holcomb to come back and readdress the issue, but I don't think Corey Holcomb is going to.
No, he's gotten past it, most likely. He's got bigger things to do. And
Well, he kind of didn't lose. What's there to address?
Yeah, I mean, but Anton did lose. That's why he has to go to all these places and keep making stuff worse by lying about.
He's going to
everything that we
stretch
clearly
his
saw.
content out as long as it rides.
Was somebody in the chat said the same thing, but they can kind of understand why. It would be interesting to know if he got any ratings boost or any boost in subscribers or anything like
He
that.
probably did.
I can't imagine why. Though.
I don't know. Not from black people. I can tell
People
you
voted
that.
for Trump. Why can't he get increased in subscribers? The world makes
I can see him getting a lot more whites on
Yeah,
this
he might have gotten
side.
a bunch of. He got a bunch of 12th mans.
Figure it out back there, because one thing that I'm not going to do, because I know that YouTube don't like fighting. They will demonetize you. They will penalize you. It can go really, really bad. So I'm not going to mess up his platform, and I'm not going to mess up my platform either. And so I'm like, well, listen, we could just go out back. We don't even have to cut the we don't have to cut the stream or anything like that. We can figure it out if you think you're tough. To which I already knew he wasn't going to do it. And he did exactly what I thought he was going to do. He sat back down, he shook my hand, and then we continued the conversation. And at that point, I seen a weakness in him. And so I just proceeded to explain.
You know what? He sounds suspiciously like JP.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just a low IQ black person who just has
He's
to
a
do this performative
pretender.
masculinity. It's so. I can't
He's a
say it.
pretender, like my first husband. He's a pretender.
Okay.
Exploit him. I told him that he was scary, that he picks and chooses his targets, that he's hypocritical, that he was scared of Dave Chappelle. That's why he tiptoed around giving his opinion on a special. I told him that the people around him are yes men and they just tell him what he want to hear. And he doesn't have any real friends. And that's why he continues to alienate people. And so I was very candid and matter of fact, and I didn't pull any punches, and I told him exactly what he was. And once I seen that it was escalating more, and then he started calling me out of my name again, I think that the intelligent thing to do at that point, because I had already made my point, was just to go ahead.
You know, he's always going to do the intelligent thing.
Yeah, I thought him folding up when you offered him the chance, hey, let's turn these cameras off and find out who we really are, because people with cameras, they perform.
And I told him that too.
Yeah,
I told him, I said, you're doing this for the internet.
Yes, yeah. The cameras make everybody. And,
Both of y'all
you,
on the internet.
And obviously I picked a side here, but I'm just being objective. Hey, let's turn these cameras off, and then we can get to the real truth. Yeah. And he had no interest.
No,
in
he
that.
wanted to turn them cameras off and
because
get back to his
anybody is
security.
tough.
Well, as I live and breathe, ruthless truth. What's going on?
What's up, Mister? All right, man. Just witnessing this black on black crime, man.
Well, I want to say right off the bat, I'm not interested in the fight or anything. I'm interested in Anton Daniels' views on what an intellectual is.
Oh yeah, lying like a motherfucker. Yeah.
Well, Anton isn't. He's like a mixture, right? He's a mixture. He's a brute beast with a little bit of intellectual, right? He can get intellectual.
He literally has zero intellect.
He got some intellect.
No,
I mean,
he
but
doesn't.
he's playing a specific role. Like he's a method actor.
Yeah, he has. I'm not saying he doesn't have talent, but when you want to talk American history or you want to talk politics, no, he doesn't have that kind of intelligence.
I mean, the dude literally said that Africans went to Africa to pick up Africans to bring them to America. He said that.
Well, he also said that blacks weren't kidnapped. Before, like the Portuguese spent it's sort of funny because the Portuguese were the first to enslave, at least Europeans to enslave. And they weren't good enough navigators. It literally took them years to get down the west coast of Africa and discover the Cape of Cape of Good Hope or whatever it's called. They were too scared. They just crept down the African coast and they'd go ashore and just snatch people off the beach. This is there was slavery before the actual established triangle trade. That's what I'm saying. So Anton doesn't know anything about that part of history.
Yeah, but
So
it's fake
he's-
equivocation. So it was like, it
You're
doesn't
right.
matter if these people did it because it existed everywhere. It's like, we don't care about slavery anywhere else. We care about what happened to us. But we're bringing up that issue. We're not trying to lessen anybody else's slave experience. It's like the country was formed in a very specific way.
Right.
Yeah, and he keeps trying to skip over that because he's trying to tap dance for, whites. And he didn't like being called out to his face on that specific point.
Well, I'm
Which he
still
thought was
not going to get over the part about Republicans are the party of black people. They never were. Portions of it.
Well, I think he's speaking from a monetarily standpoint, I guess, for his success, right?
He has talent at making money.
Fuck his success. What is this shit?
I think,
dude, don't even bring up
that's
nothing
what he's
dumb
looking.
like that. Like,
I just think that's where he's. I think that's where he's coming from, though, right? I think everything about him is money.
No, that's not where he's coming from.
Yeah,
not in this video. Now I don't watch a lot of them. Yeah, this video.
but he's a bad
this
chaser.
video,
That's him. He's a sociopath. He's gonna go and gaslight whoever. To him, it's just a show. To him, he could disrespect whoever he wants to, and he don't expect to get his head knocked off for it.
Well, to be honest, I don't care about either one of them. It's not like I didn't even know who Corey Holcomb. I didn't even know who Corey Holcomb was, but I do know who Jason Whitlock is.
Oh,
and this exchange is very interesting. And then if you know Jason Whitlock's protege, Shamika Michelle, who is a Black conservative woman who's quite lovely, by the way. So I know the Whitlock and the Shamikas and the Charles Loves, and I know that particular section of Black conservatives. So it's interesting because I don't think I even knew Whitlock and Anton knew each other. I never made that connection. So that's the other reason.
No. But the thing is about Anton, he will pay to get on the show. he will make that connection to get your ass on, or go wherever he needs to. That's what I do like about him. He does put himself in the face of people that shouldn't have his untalented ass up there, but they have him up there anyway. But the only reason why they would be putting that dude on is money. But
also he's made a living of crushing the Black race, right? That are pointing out the idiocracy of the Black race. So that's his main.
You know what I call that? I call that being anti-black. He's a racist. Yeah, I'll agree to that.
We could call it moon cricketing, a sport.
So I mean, if that's the type of intellectual he is, I mean, I'm willing to give him that.
When he actually provides payment to appear on someone's channel, is there an agreement, a written agreement where
probably?
Yeah, I would think so. So his money is of well use, because there are people that will offer somebody compensation for appearing on a channel, but what happens without some type of paperwork is they'll kick them off, and there goes your money. So I think he might have some paperwork associated with offering compensation for these podcast holders.
Mm-hmm.
That would be intelligent.
Well, see,
right,
that's
Stanley?
way beyond my pay grade.
That would be intelligent. So if we want to give him credit for being intelligent, that would be intelligent.
No, but it's a fake conversation. It's not a natural. It's not an organic thing. If you could just pay your way into rooms.
He's paying his way into rooms, and it's guaranteed. That's an intelligent marketing strategy for his image.
Okay.
If he's I'm trying to figure out what the end game is with him. Is he trying to get his own TV show or something, like how Charlemagne the God now is being
another ignorant ass individual?
He is ignorant. I'm not doubting that. What I'm saying is somehow he was able to navigate the schematic diagram into being considered seriously on a national platform.
By whites, not by blacks.
Yeah. He's been on CNN. He's been on CNN.
He navigated his way to do that.
Wait, he was on CNN about this?
No, about something else.
Oh.
But
CNN has taken Charlemagne the God seriously.
From that exchange with him and Corey Holcomb is that Black people hate each other even more than they did yesterday than they do today. And it just, the building of
I
black
don't think
community
that's the case.
is essentially over.
What?
No, I mean there was no rebuilding the community. There was never any community in the first place.
Well,
The thing was,
this space here for blacks, it was like 2 years ago about rebuilding the black community, which was started with women.
no. It was never about that.
This
These
was about
people
that.
who
It was
are
started
online.
and let me say this. It started with the women, right? And this is how Anton's red pill, right? So he started with the Lapeef Network, and they was about
Hey, Ruthless. Hey, Ruthless. Ruthless. You're literally talking about someone who's been like, he's been around forever.
Yeah. But I'm just speaking on
Anton Anton would be considered a newcomer, right, Man of Tomorrow?
Yes.
No, he's been around for a long time.
Okay. Anton would be considered a newcomer compared to Man of Tomorrow. Literally.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is this space is for the black people about building the black community, right? It's about
it was never about that.
It used to be. That's what it started at.
No, sir. This was an entertainment space for people to make money off of. This shit was never about building no black community. Anton Daniels can't build the black community if he don't know or understand the history of black people.
I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is this: whether his intentions were, I'll grant you that, right? But what I am saying is, the Lapeef Network and a few other networks were about building the black community, which was having a conversation with the women.
How do you build the black community through relationship conversations?
I'm just laying out. They were trying to. Anton's fame started with him on Lapeef Network, trying to hash it out with black women, right? That's where it all started from for him.
He's already married. There's
No, but he was
still.
But he was still trying to kill Kevin Samuels. He collaborated with Kevin Samuels.
Samuel was also a grifter too. Like he wasn't trying to rebuild the black community either. Like
yes,
you seem to have this understanding that these people who are clearly in entertainment to throw black women under the bus somehow care about the same women or people that they actually criticize all the time. And I'm just telling you that's not the case.
I'm not saying you're wrong, right? I'm not saying you're wrong. What I am saying is the overall premise of the topics and the title and the conversations were about building the black community.
No, it wasn't. It was about arguing about actual relationship shit and never getting to an actual solution.
Well, there was a solution.
You say, what's that?
There was a solution. The solution was trying to get the black woman back in the house, get her out the streets, put her back in the road, put her back in the kitchen.
That was the entertainment.
Wait, hold it. Hey, before y'all go on, you have to know Ruthless Truth is a content creator. He has a very unique perspective. Let me say hello to Charles, who's with us all the way from Lagos, Nigeria. What's up, Charles?
Hey, Stanley. Hey, guys. How you doing?
Pretty good. It's good to have you here.
Yeah, it's good to have this conversation. I was just browsing through and I saw you were live. So let me just give my 2 cents before I jump out. So for this guy, Anton Daniels, I think he was into this finance stuff. That's how I came across him. That's how I knew about him some years ago. And, like when I was very much on the right, I used to follow people like him. I used to follow people like Anton Daniels. They used to make some sense, or they used to make a lot of sense. But at this point in time, with all that has happened, with all the conservative movement has proven itself to be, with all that right-wing people have proven themselves to be, it seems very weird that anybody would still be towing the line they are towing and be saying the kind of rhetoric that they're giving, the things he's saying. it seems weird, and for me, I think it's a grift. I think
It is.
a lot of
It is.
things have unfolded for any sane person, any right-thinking person to reassess their position on this issue and say, what I'm saying is not correct. And I want to agree with the point of Kevin Samuels, the point that was made about Kevin Samuels. It wasn't trying to help anything. It wasn't trying to have any productive conversation. I watched a lot of Kevin Samuels' show, and it was just about putting women down. He barely let them say their piece. He denigrated them. He was just trying to put them down. But he was very slick about it. He was very smooth talking. So, when you come across these guys, the first time you come across them, they seem like they have something to offer you, and you are interested. You say, it makes sense. They will throw in some things that make sense, some little truths here and there, but then it's just the bait and switch. They want you to get hooked onto their message, and then they'll throw in the nonsense. So yeah, Anton Daniels, massively disappointed with him continuing in this type of rhetoric, whatever he's currently doing. Massive disappointment. That's what I have to say for now.
What's actually good to hear your perspective, because you were literally, you were, I can't think of a better term, but a blank slate. You have actually, because when I first met you, Charles, you were big into Trump.
Yeah, I was, and I can't believe I'm ashamed of ever thinking that Trump had anything of value to offer. I mean, then I used to fight with my friend. There was a friend, another Nigerian.
You used to fight with me.
I used to fight with you as well. I mean, I couldn't accept that Trump was racist. I couldn't see that he was a liar. I couldn't see all the things that has been revealed about this man now, how stupid he is, how moronic, how bad he is as a man without any moral character. I couldn't see all that. I was seeing this was someone who, I was just seeing this was someone who loved this country, someone who was a straight talker, someone who accepted everything about himself. And those seemed like, positive qualities at that point in time. But in hindsight, Trump has always been a terrible person. Always been.
Mella, you had a question, Mella?
I was asking the gentleman, why did you fall for it?
Yeah.
Okay. So you need to understand something about where I come from, Nigeria. Nigeria is a very conservative, right-leaning place, right? So naturally, many Nigerians would be they'll be seduced by a figure like Trump. They would see the other side, the Democrats, as being too nice, too weak. Essentially, I was seeing Trump as someone who, the whole woke thing, the whole anti-woke thing. So that was it. That was, the wokeness was a problem. It's crazy. Homosexuality, transgenderism. If you talk to a Nigerian and you say something about homosexuality, if just say there are two people and one of the person believes in something like gay people, transgenderism, they don't even want to see. They don't want to hear anything that you have to say. So long as you don't have traditional views on marriage, traditional views on sexuality, it means any other thing you have to say is rubbish. So it felt like Trump was a bulwark against what I considered the nonsense or the wokeness of the left, right? So it means everything he was doing was sort of correct as opposed to what the left was doing. And so that was the foundation. And then other things started building up on it and so on and so forth. Yeah.
Okay. I hear that.
So what was the last straw for you?
The last straw for me
Yeah, on Trump.
Unfortunately, the last straw for me was Candace Owens and Trump. Now, Candace Owens is a shitty person. I don't like her. But there was one episode years ago where she was having a show and she mentioned something about someone said something to Trump about her, which was obviously a lie, and Trump did not care to verify. And when she saw Trump the next time, Trump was very nasty to her. And it just clicked to me that this is someone who's always been supporting you, but the moment you heard something about her which was not true, you threw her under the bus. And all the other situations where Trump threw people under the bus began to emerge. Another very big point for me was January 6th. When January 6th happened, it just revealed how dangerous a person Trump could be. So those were the two biggest inflection points for me. And after then, my eyes just began to open up. And then I started listening to more left-wing voices, and they did not seem as crazy as I thought. They were actually much more reasonable than people on the right who were just flat out ignorant.
Oh, okay, cool.
I remember January 6th. I also remember when he got shot. And when I heard the news, I said, oh my God, people are going to vote him in because he got shot. And as time went on, he started this rhetoric of, I survived an assassination because God has ordained me to lead you. That type of sentiment, right? And I was like, oh my God, people are going to fall for this. And they did. They fell for it.
Yeah, and they're suffering for it now.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
How are you Americans? How are you so chilled with what Trump is doing? I mean, this guy is literally trying to set the world on fire, and it seems
we're
as
not
if it's
okay with what he's doing.
Nobody's
It's just
okay
that
with it.
It's just that we can't do anything until the next election, and there's really nothing you can do until
we got
there's
a couple of
a
years
next election
to deal with this.
Wow,
like the right wing always say about the Second Amendment, which they falsely quote about if we don't like the way the government's going, we're going to overthrow it. Like nobody's going to really fight Patriot missiles and Abrams tanks and
It's not like we can
MRAPs
snatch him out of there.
Crazy talk. Yeah.
And we can't snatch him out of there and crucify him. Like that's not.
No, we can't do that.
The way
it's
to
not
do
the
that.
American way.
Yeah.
But the House and the Senate everyone seems to be falling in line with Trump. There is no opposition to him. He's totally captured.
Well, they're afraid.
Both houses of Congress. So
right, but they're afraid of their voters. Okay,
yes.
Their base, basically their base and their base instincts are pretty much holding Congress in check.
So does it mean that there are more people like MAGA in America that the lawmakers will be afraid than there are sane people?
Say that again.
It's just one election. Their people came out. What's different about the next election and the actual things from the quote unquote big beautiful bill haven't hit yet? It's just that elections have consequences. Mm-hmm. A lot of these consequences, some of them that we've seen them up front, but now we're seeing a full scope of what happens when you put woefully unqualified people in office who do not care. And that's where we're at.
When it comes to immediate consequences, saying he's got to go and making him go, however that may look, okay, in quotation marks, saying he's got to go and making him go are two different actions.
Well, Zhang actually makes a good point here. Many believe Trump is not going far enough. That is true.
In what direction? On what issue?
I think he's probably talking about things like Minneapolis, that sort of thing.
Yeah,
Wow,
but
that's crazy.
it's an illegal order to direct people to directly engage with people who are protesting. Now, if these people were on federal property or a military base or a federal courthouse, it would be different. But you just can't direct federal forces to go out and engage outside of federal property. It's
But
illegal.
isn't he doing that already?
That's what he's
Isn't
doing.
that what ICE is doing?
That's what's happening.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it is illegal what he's doing, and regardless of whether these people think it or not, you're gonna go. Yeah, they're gonna lock your ass up for following an illegal order, not the person who gave it.
But I don't understand what you're saying. I mean, the federal government's been in a drug war for America, right? So the crack law, all that. So the federal government's been outside of federal property, right? They going in the hoods, locking dudes up. So this is old, right? This is the 80s.
So we're going back to that super predator shit now?
Yeah, that's
so we're trying to
Trump is only doing
that?
Trump is only doing what's been done, right? The federal government's been attacking the people.
Yeah, but the way Trump has, he's lost all. There are no pretenses anymore. Before now, the government tries to couch it. They try to sell it. It's not this obvious, but Trump has totally lost all pretenses. He's just doing it like there's nothing you can do about it.
Let's say he's lost his inhibitions.
But now, white people of America, the middle America, they're ecstatic at the job he's doing. So it all depends on who you're talking to.
How can anyone be ecstatic at the mess that Trump is making? How can anyone with a functioning brain be ecstatic that you are kidnapping the leaders of foreign countries, that you're fighting with your allies?
Well, Iraq is
major allies.
Iraq is the same thing, right? Virtually the same thing. So
okay, we're not Iraq. Why are you even bringing that up?
Because they're similar, right? Neither one.
No, it's not similar. Not a similar culture.
No. I don't think you understand what he's saying. I'm thinking he's saying Iraq is the same as what's been happening with Venezuela.
What I'm saying is,
whoa. Iraq is the same that's been happening with what?
No. Listen, Stanley, let him finish his point.
This is what I'm saying. The pretense is same, right? Meaning they went under illegal pretense, making accusations, went in there and killed the man. Saddam Hussein, right? Same thing, but this time
what man are you talking about?
This is Iraq. When that was an illegal.
Okay,
move.
Stop right there. I don't want to talk about Iraq. It's nothing to do with what Trump is doing right now.
No, I'm saying a similar motion.
Okay, don't say it is my point. It's not an apt comparison.
It's
why isn't it an apt comparison?
Because Iraq is not the United States. Different legal codes.
That's not his point. His point wasn't to say that Iraq is the United States. What he's saying is that what Trump is doing now
and
is
I
no
don't
different from
think
what's.
that's a valid point, Charles.
Okay.
Iraq is not the United States.
No, we're not saying that.
It's not comparing. Making the comparison makes no sense to me.
That's
Stanley, you're not listening.
Stanley, you're not listening. What I'm saying is,
okay. Well, let me make it very clear so we can get rid of the confusion. Make sense. Make me understand it, because right now it just sounds whacked.
So let me help you. I'm gonna make you understand it right now. America, the reason they went to Iraq was under the same false pretense that they went to Venezuela. It was the same thing. They made up some accusations.
No, they're not the same thing.
No, all of it was lies.
Okay, when did they blow up drug boats to go to Iraq? What the fuck are you talking about?
Come on, Stanley. Don't be that literal, Stanley.
Okay,
No.
No, I'm going to hold y'all to historical standards.
Don't be that literal.
Don't do the loose associations.
They bombed them and killed the president.
They do not make sense to me.
See, they lied about Iraq having weapons of mass destruction.
Okay, but it's a different lie.
Yeah, but it's still a lie. His point, Stanley.
Okay, let me go ahead. Charles, let me go ahead and help you out with the fundamental differences in the lie. Okay, you could even say that 9/11 was the huge difference. Even if it was a lie, it was obvious that 9/11 set some things just off kilter. There's absolutely no provocation whatsoever to go into Venezuela. You can't even, the lie doesn't even work.
Stanley, Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11.
Exactly.
But you know what? I happen to have been an adult during 9/11, and no one, like I said, things were off kilter due to 9/11.
We're not disputing that.
Listen to what I'm saying, Ruthless Truth, because I'm not going to agree. Let's start with that. I was a full-grown adult in my 30s during 9/11. Maybe y'all were children. I don't know. But the bottom line, the bottom line is the atmosphere. Nothing like what's happening in 2026. Zero. I don't even. It's not even in the same universe.
So we're not talking about 9/11 though, right? Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11.
Well, who brought up 9/11? I did. 9/11 is why I don't accept the comparison.
Stanley, what I'm saying is
you don't have to accept the comparison, Stanley.
Okay, Charles, don't tell me what I don't have to accept.
9/11 they had the man, they had the people who claimed responsibility, which was Afghanistan. They went over there, executed. Then they turned around and created another scene. And
you think some of this is similar to the situation in going into Venezuela?
Yeah, the Iraq situation. Because
let me go ahead and give you a stark difference. They toppled the government in Iraq. They left the government. They toppled the government in Iraq. They left the government in Venezuela. There are so many differences that the comparison to me does not make sense.
I'm not saying it's identical. What I'm saying is similar.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying, Ruthless. I'm saying they're apples and oranges. You're making an apple and orange comparison as far as I'm concerned.
I think I'm making apple on apple.
Okay, well, let me help you out. And I hate to sound really, persnickety here, but we try to critically think here. This is not YN rules apply. There is nothing similar to the situation in Iraq to what the Venezuela situation is.
What was different?
Lie. I've literally been sitting here telling you the differences. You haven't been listening?
I couldn't hear what you said the differences was.
Well, the atmosphere post 9/11, everybody was running around with their heads cut off after 9/11.
Trying to find somebody to put this anger on.
Yeah, they were, after being attacked like that, people were willing to believe anything. I'm not saying they were right. I'm not saying they are blameless and it was even explainable, but I am saying that the situation, the atmosphere, the mood of the public, totally different.
Well, they stated their claim. They went over there. Bush said he tried to kill my
you're going to
father.
insist on this, aren't you?
No, I'm just. I'm not.
He just gonna keep skipping over what you said, man.
That's all. I'm just saying it was all under. They went to Venezuela under some.
Jesus, dude, the country was in a mood for revenge. You could have told America that Osama bin Laden was in Savannah, Georgia, and they might have attacked.
But it was still.
We are not at war. We are not at war. We have no catastrophic event.
It was still in violation of international laws, and it was illegal.
Yeah, Don gets it right. The political climate was red hot and Americans wanted
different.
blood. That is a huge difference between 9/11.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
Oh no, they didn't, because that's how Obama got
What?
elected.
What,
dude? The troops over there in Iraq. They were against the Iraq. They was anti-Iraq war.
Okay, I literally watched CNN after work from the time I got home, from dinner time till I was watching like 6 hours of CNN a day. Basically I was against going into Iraq because sane people knew that there's probably no there there. But the thing is you had Democrats voting for it. You had Hillary Clinton. The country was ready to go. Venezuela is totally different.
They went over there, took some people opium and they oil.
Okay, and
okay,
what's the difference? I've literally been sitting here for half an hour telling you the difference.
Okay, what I'm saying is they went over to Iraq. I'm telling you what they did, right? They went to Iraq.
Okay, dude, I was in my 30s. I know what they did.
Okay, well, I'm just saying what they did, right? They went and took some people oil and their opium.
Keeps doing it.
And then they went to Venezuela, took their oil and their cocaine.
Okay, well, let me tell you another difference, because I was in the first Gulf War. Dude, there was no oil to be had because we hit all the fucking oil wells.
Shit was on fire for quite some time, man.
Yes. What oil are you talking about?
They still got oil.
Iraq was on fire,
dude.
Quite some time.
And if we didn't do it, the Iraqis did it. All I'm saying is that there is such a stark difference between Iraq and Venezuela, the two situations, the climate, the mood of the country.
Okay, so
I just cannot figure out how you can make. No, you're not going to be able to help me out, Ruthless.
I got some information for you. Iraq holds the world's 5th largest proven crude oil reserves, estimated around 145 billion barrels of reserve, which significant deposits concentrated in the south and the north.
And what's your point?
Okay,
the point is you couldn't take out the oil fields. It's impossible.
What are you talking about?
What the fuck? Like,
they're still producing 145 billion barrels.
Okay, so what? What does that have to do with Venezuela?
Venezuela and America went over and took their oil too. Same thing.
Oh my Lord. Do you watch the news at all? You're not going to walk into Venezuela and take their oil?
Well, CNN and Fox, they both report differently because they're enemies. So we know that one's Republican and one's Democrat. So we never really get a true.
Okay, so do you know that
there's
Exxon?
Really no excuse for not having a baseline for information overall.
Do you know Exxon isn't enthusiastic about going in there, and neither are the other oil companies?
Nope.
Well, America
because of it's going to take them like billions of dollars just to get the oil fields productive in Venezuela.
And it's done. It's going to get done.
No, I don't think it will.
Listen,
to be honest.
Okay. First of all, you have a security issue. Who's going to do security while you try to steal these people's resources? Next thing is how long it. So you want to pay for that?
They're already doing that. America's doing it already. Listen,
no. I'm asking a question, and it's a yes or no, not a ramble.
I don't care.
Are you okay with paying for private security and subsidizing oil companies to go steal Venezuela's natural resources? Are you okay with that?
I don't have a choice.
Dude, are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Are you okay with your tax dollars going over there?
Yeah.
Well, you did have a choice if you voted for Trump. You made the choice.
I didn't vote for anybody.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh no.
Okay, so you're saying that you're okay with American tax dollars being spent over there rather than stuff in the United States for the behalf of private corporations. You're okay with that?
Obviously, I don't have a choice.
Sir, it was like, are you okay with it or not? You don't have to die.
I said yes already. I already said yes
Okay,
already.
yes. Okay, so, all right. Well, I'm not okay with it because it doesn't
Well, what you gonna do
benefit
about it?
everybody in the country.
So what you gonna do about it though? Your tax dollars still going over there.
The tax dollars is not going over there yet,
They're going to be they're on their way.
sir.
I don't think that. I honestly don't think it's going to
Think
happen.
that it's going up.
It's
No,
going
me
to
neither.
happen. They're already.
I
they've
don't
already
think that they're going to
captured-
get a conviction with Maduro. I
No,
don't
no.
think that's going to happen.
They're,
And then
they're
like,
transitioning. They're transitioning in Venezuela right now. America has captured.
Based on what? Where are you getting this information from?
yeah,
Dude,
seriously.
it was on the news.
What
When they went over there,
news?
when they Trump came on there and his people said we're
Oh,
transitioning.
so Trump is your news?
It was like the day after the attack.
Okay, let me
you
help
see
you
it?
out, Ruthless. Ruthless, I literally probably cover at least 5 newspapers, several. I look at a lot of news just preparing for this show, and I've seen nothing that suggests that oil companies even want to go in there and deal
they're
with
gonna
the
go in.
infrastructure and all that. I've seen nothing. I look at Fox. I don't generally watch Fox News, but I see the news clips. If you go into some of these online news aggregators, Fox News has stories that I look
So-
at.
so-
I've seen nothing to suggest
So we
that.
we didn't see anything about the attack, and the attack happened, right?
Why are you
Okay,
doing like
I
that?
have no. What does that even mean?
Yeah, me. Yeah,
They
I'm trying to-
they
No,
have
me
been
neither.
attacking. They've been attacking Venezuelan boats for months.
Yeah, but they didn't know they were going to do that. Nobody knew that attack was coming right there.
Okay, Trump literally talked about it.
He said nobody knew.
He threatened to do it for months. He almost telegraphed it.
But didn't nobody think it was actually going to happen until it happened.
Okay, and
So now the same thing with the oil and the cocaine.
no, I don't think this.
No, it's not the same.
Again, you do realize that the same government in Venezuela is in place. They just took Maduro. The vice president
but
is the
America-
president now.
Yeah,
Trump-
the same
Trump and them
secret
said they're
police, the same
transitioning.
infrastructure, the same everything.
Yeah, but America is running that show right now.
No,
America's not
it's
running
not.
the show right
They
went in there. Wait.
they-
They went in there, took the most powerful man in the country to jail, and then Trump and them
And?
came on and said, "We're transitioning to put the people we want in office. It's going to take some time."
No.
Bingo. You just confirmed it. Trump is your source. Right?
It said, and the dude, it was like
No. You listen to the same
You
press
said-
conference we all listen to.
Well, were you saying Trump was lying?
Yes.
Yes.
You said America didn't take that shit over?
No.
Okay, that's not the lie. The lie is that we're going to be getting oil out anytime
He
soon.
said the oil. He said that like 10 times. The oil, we taking the oil.
Dude, listen.
Oh, the
listen
more
to the
times
press
he
conference,
says it, the more true it
and
gets.
you bought into it.
I
It's
don't
just like,
see
dude,
why not.
listen.
I don't see no. Listen. If
Hey,
you
this
do
is
show
what
me-
this is what being a MAGA black is all about. When Daddy says something,
Huh?
No, you
Wait
gotta
a minute.
believe that shit, man.
Wait.
All
Wait a
day.
minute. I just watched. They just showed on American TV. America went over there, illegally broke every international law that we made, took the motherfucking most powerful person in Venezuela, then took over the office and said, "We're going to transition who we want in office." And you're going to tell me he's lying about that
no, they
oil?
didn't. They didn't say that.
They
Y'all
transition.
crazy, man. Y'all crazy.
I mean, he had a
They
press
basically
conference
said,
saying
"Hey,
all of that.
if the vice president doesn't do what we want, it could be worse for her." But no, the same people are still there. They're just one man down.
They're taking that oil.
Everything's still in place. Everything.
They took that oil. They taking that.
They have
What are you
taken nothing.
talking about?
Man, that was gangsterism at the highest level. I don't know what y'all talking about.
Like, and that's when we know we're dealing with Delta Novembers, because it's some gangster shit now.
And then Obama came in office and said he's going to bring the troops back, and he never did.
He did bring the troops back.
No, he didn't.
He didn't leave Afghanistan.
Nope.
Only who brought the troops back was Biden. Biden brought the troops back.
Yeah. But the order was put in by Obama and it was executed under Biden.
Yeah. Thank you. So that means they had a whole, after Obama left office, they were still over there a whole another 8 years.
That's because Trump was the president and he didn't want to leave that area.
No, it's just that they didn't allow.
As a matter of fact, Trump wants to go back to Afghanistan.
Yes, he does.
Right
what do you think about that, Ruthless?
Hey, pull up. That's on them. America, hey, somebody, hey, shit, it is what it is now.
My God.
If Trump wants to go over there, they're going over there.
Oh, I think China might have something to say about that. I don't think the Taliban wants America back.
No,
I'm sure they don't.
So you're okay with Trump basically invading Afghanistan to get Bagram?
Listen, America's wealthy. I don't know why they're picking on all these people, but it is what it is.
Well, because of Trump, he's a bully.
Well, obviously Trump has people behind him, though, right? There's other people influencing.
Yeah, he has people like Ruthless Truth.
Don't put me in there.
You just said it was a gangster move. You just said it was a gangster move, right?
I mean, hey man, I'm from Uganda. The fuck y'all talking about?
Is that right? I didn't know that.
They catch me up till I'm from Uganda. I'm Abdul.
Oh, okay. I thought you were serious.
Yeah, I'm like, goddamn Ugandan. What the fuck?
Yeah, they catch me over there. I'm from Uganda. I ain't from America. I ain't American. I'm Uganda. My name is Abdul Rahim Lalu.
Yeah. And dude, you play games with the people, man. They're gonna blow top ramen and spaghetti sauce right out of your head when you say that stuff.
Hey, man, I'm not from America. I'll tell you that.
They're not even gonna believe your accent, dude. They're gonna be like American, black.
Hey, if I go over there, I'm buying me some African clothing wear, and my name is Abdul. Get that.
Hey, this is a short that I released a little while ago. This is called "Why Parenting is America's Biggest Problem." It's been a trope that I've kind of been on for probably a year or more now. I just want to play it. It's only like a minute and a half, a little bit more than a minute and a half. And then I want to move on to some young ladies. Some of them are young anyway, who are like your fellow type of MAGA person, Ruthless. You'll probably appreciate it, actually.
What?
But let me play this first. And actually, Man of Tomorrow, I want to get your reaction to it.
What do you mean by that for the slow folks in the class?
I literally mean, I've often said that parenting is America's biggest problem, and it goes back to that.
Yeah, I heard you say that earlier when you came in.
It's not a black issue. It's not a white issue. It's an American issue. Yeah. We have failed our kids by not parenting them well. Now, you can make economic arguments. I think that, there are ways to explain how it failed, but I honestly think it probably started after the Civil War.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
You go that far back.
I do.
Well, can I ask you a question?
Maybe let me explain why I say that. The black family, and everybody knows this, it's there were, read Uncle Tom's Cabin is the best, example I can think of, as a fiction. But black families were never allowed to really be nuclear families, in quotes. So, that's one of the parenting issues. America has never been good at parenting. And even so, if you go back and there are books like They Were Her Property. That's a book about female slave owners. They were raising their kids to be proper slave owners. To me, that's not good parenting. So that's why I'm saying that America's we've always been raising monsters. And for some reason or another, I seem to be the only one who thinks that. But
I don't know. I mean,
that's
raising children without empathy is something that America does very well.
yeah, raising them to think that raising racists is not good parenting. And even if it's something that's accepted, or is Jefferson would say, hey, it's part of life. America's always had that problem, and I don't think there are different problems maybe now, but it continues to be a problem. And parenting affects so many things. If you're raising Donald Trumps, you're going to fuck up a country. To be extreme about it.
Eventually.
So this is where your argument falls short. Because most Americans, 85% are going to grow up to be average earning, average living.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not my argument.
So no, I'm saying.
I mean, Donald Trump has made billions. He's still a horrible person.
I'm just laying down about the parenting, right? Whether it's single parents, no matter what century, well, you want to look at it, most people are going to live an average life, and they're going to be average.
Okay,
people.
well, do you think that's my argument?
Well, no. What it's saying is, you're saying parenting is bad. What I'm telling you is, it doesn't matter what parenting does. The same 85% of people are going to be average and live an average life. So it doesn't matter the parents.
So you think the American average isn't bad?
No. Compare all over the world is the same, right? You always have your minority.
No. I'm talking about the United States of America. I don't care about the rest of the world for this argument. I think your average American isn't particularly good.
Yes, and they live an average life. And
that is a problem.
Huh? That's everybody in the world.
No, I don't care about everybody in the world. We're supposed to be an exceptional country. Why are we raising exceptional children?
Do you have exceptional children?
Stanley wants cross-eyed Somalians over here.
Oh, God.
Okay, 12th man. Hey, 12th man, if you keep up this bullshit, I'll just boot your ass. I'm not in the mood for, the jokes. Again, I'll go back to what our buddy Vivek Ramaswamy said. He says here, our American culture has venerated mediocrity, which is another word for average, I guess, over excellence for way too long. That doesn't start in college, it starts young. So my argument is that average isn't necessarily good enough.
Average is actually better.
You and I disagree on that.
Now, and this will add context, because the problems, a lot of the problems we're having at the top is greed, selfish envy.
Okay,
right?
well, I'm saying we have a problem at the middle and the bottom too.
The more success you have, right, the more envious and more weird.
Okay, I don't care. You're totally missing my point. Okay, if your average adult can only read at a 6th grade level, that's not good enough.
Well, if he can get a job as an electrician, that's good enough.
Okay, I don't think most people are getting jobs as electricians.
But the average American is reading way above the 6th grade level.
No, you're wrong about that.
America has some of the greatest colleges in the world. No, I understand what you're saying.
They want to be water booted.
If you can't, America's best colleges have mostly Asians in them.
Which college are you talking
about? Georgia Tech for one, Berkeley for another.
But that is because a lot of them are getting on visas. If you talk about over the majority, white people.
Okay, listen, see, you don't seem to be able to concentrate on what I'm saying. If the average is reading at a grade school level, then there's a problem with what we're calling average.
But grade
Just
school level
admit
is
you're
not to read.
pro illegal immigrant. Stanley.
I'm
You
pro.
want illegal immigrant?
Okay, I'm pro. Drunks talking about something that I'm not talking about on this panel. I'm not pro that. I'm anti that. So I think
You
what
want
we call
illegal immigrants to flood the country. That's what you.
ruthless truth. If I went and looked up the statistics for, say, academic achievement, America would be in the middle of the pack. There are roughly 156 countries in the world, and we would be probably in the 20s.
Well,
So I don't think that if we have such good colleges and such good education, why, when we compare with other parts of the world, we're average?
Because America, other than no other country, you can be successful and not be hyperly educated. For example, right?
Okay, you and I disagree with that.
Well,
And this is why we disagree. I have already said that what we call average is below average in other parts of the world.
So,
I don't think if average means you read on a grade school level, that's not good.
So once again, right, you're missing one important part, right? You're missing one significant part. Like you're living out this big chunk.
And what part is that?
That in America, you can become successful or become a high earner with below reading skills.
You can, but you probably won't.
Well, I'm just saying, is most of your
you can, but you probably won't.
Yeah, but I'm just saying the average 85% of, but so the middle class, you have the middle class, you have upper middle class, then we have the middle class.
We're talking past each other. I'm not asking what you can do. I'm talking about the average. In Phoenix Fish, the reason people aren't going to other countries is because they're not earning enough to go, and passport bros go to other countries. So I'm not exactly sure why you're even answering this question.
Well, they go for sex.
Right, but what he's saying, why aren't they going to those other countries? Because of what Ruthless Truth says. You can get by with a 6th grade education. I just don't think most plumbers don't become plumbing company owners. I'm just saying that we venerate low standards.
So can we agree that
if you as a parent can be happy with your kid graduating from high school and reading on a 6th grade level, I guess we're stuck with you.
But can we agree that America is also a specialty nation?
What do you mean specialty?
Right. So let's say a guy who is not overall educated, right? But is great in one thing. He's a specialist in one thing, like plumbing or something that's very needy and good money, right? That is and successful by definition, right? Even though he might not be the smartest.
Okay, I don't have the statistics on how many people of your description would actually be successful, but I'm gonna bet most of them won't be.
No, I'm talking
I
about
don't
the
think
plumber.
I don't think most of the people you describe would ever become successful plumbers.
No, I'm just saying is all a regular plumber makes between 50.
Okay, a regular plumber is fairly rare. We don't have plumbers aren't a dime a dozen. That's why they make so much money.
Well, we also, I'm just saying is let's just say, let me put it like this. Let's say the boots to ground trade, right? Those are the guys who put it all the way, construction, plumbing, electrician, the stuff that is very vital to the running of this country, right? To go in and do to all those HVAC, all those things, right, are very good earning jobs, and you don't have to be the smartest.
Okay, but listen to what I'm saying. Most of the people you describe with that 6th grade reading level aren't going to be plumbers. They aren't going to be HVAC.
Why?
All those trades like HVAC. Don't you have to go to trade school?
Yeah.
Okay.
Specialty.
Well, you're gonna have to read in trade school.
Yeah, but you could read at a pace, right? You don't have to. What that means, 6th grade reading level probably doesn't mean you can't read and understand. You might just read slower. It might take you longer to process, right? So therefore, he's in a trade school. He has time to go home and study and take it all in. He's a slower learner than others. That's all. That's all that means.
Okay.
He doesn't read as
So
fast.
listen to what I'm saying. Most people who read on a 6th grade level are not going to become plumbers, even if they try.
But a 6th grade level is elite.
No, you and I disagree on that.
You can wait a minute. You can listen at 12 years old. You're ready.
Okay,
to work.
I'm talking adults. Your average
You're
adult.
ready to go. At 15, 16, you're ready to work. You're ready.
I don't think most people reading on a 6th grade level who are high school graduates are going to become successful plumbers.
And that's your opinion.
I think I could probably bear it out statistically.
That's fact. That's not a fact though, because also
nothing you're saying is a fact either.
Can we say this, Stanley? Can we agree on this? Some people are late bloomers.
That's true. But again, most people aren't late bloomers. I mean, what I'm saying is that I don't think the average person, I think I agree with Vivek. Okay. Even your plumbers should be reading at a 12th grade level if they graduate from high school. And there's a reason plumbers make a lot of money. They're not a lot of plumbers.
Can I give you a good example? Me. Now, take my criminal history away from it. So in high school, right, Stanley? I'm honest with you, I was a C student. Well, in college, right? When I went to college, I was excellent. I was so excellent. I was sitting next to this white dude, right? And I had a white teacher. Her name is Miss Longley. I was getting all A's on my test, right? And I didn't in high school I wasn't doing that. But in college I excelled. The teacher thought I was cheating on the white boys test. So she moved us, she separated us, right? And I was still crushing it because in college, right? What the teacher said, you know what I used to do? I used to record the teacher, right? The speeches so in college is different than high school. College is more based on testing.
I know. Okay, but listen to what I'm saying. If you are graduating from high school with a 6th grade reading level, the deck is stacked against you. I'm not saying you won't be successful. What I'm saying is that you probably won't be.
No, let me finish my story. The difference is with college and high school with me is in high school you had to process it right in the classroom, right? In college, I had to process it over time. So even though I didn't understand while I'm in the class the first few weeks, but when I was at home, I would get in study groups with like my peers, and I would listen to the tapes, and check all the notes of their notes, my notes, and compare them, and then my comprehension level went up. You know what I mean? So it was just the style. College style was more conducive for me to be. So I probably, when I got out of high school, I'm gonna be honest with you, Stanley. I'm gonna be honest with you. When I left high school, I was probably reading at the 6th grade level. See what I'm saying?
Right.
When I hit college,
but I mean, there are always going to be exceptions to the rule. I'm not saying you won't be successful. I'm saying you probably won't.
Right, but the point I'm making is college style, right, it helped me reach my peak. You hear what I'm saying?
But a lot of people reading at 6th grade, now you may wind up at a trade school or a community college. There are ways to get that college graduation, but I still say that you're going to have cards stacked or decks stacked against you.
Actually, I'm gonna tell you where you're wrong at. So when you go into college,
I don't think I'm wrong.
Well, I'm gonna give you exactly.
You are an exception. If you're arguing your point from an anecdote, that's fine. But you're not going to be.
I'm arguing my point from the system, right? I'm arguing my point from the system. So when you leave high school, right, so the education system, it benefits others later and some earlier. That's what I'm saying, right? Some people are great test takers. Some people suck at taking tests.
Okay, you're totally missing my point. I don't care about any of that. My point is that if you are graduating from high school with a 6th grade reading skill, you're probably not going to be successful. You're probably not going to be a plumber. There are always exceptions to the rule, but I think the deck or the cards are not in your favor.
So let me ask you a question.
Can't succeed. I don't think. I think the odds are you won't.
So let me ask you a question. How many people? So you obviously did this research, right?
No, I'm doing it. I'm doing it a priori.
Okay.
So because I have some experience, not at plumbing, and I'm not going to bother to do the research because I think the argument is solid enough that it can stand the way it is.
But how many people you think coming out of high school is reading at the 6th grade level on a percentage level?
That's probably easier to look up. Yeah, you know what? I may actually go and research that because most of let me think a second. There is a statistic that I saw that most like newspapers, magazines, that sort of thing, are basically written at a 6th grade level because most people are right around that. America's literacy rate compared to other countries is very middle of the road. We're no great shakes, and that's my point. Parenting is America's weakest problem. There's some caveats to that. I don't think that we should depend on schools, at least with the initial education. Like if your kids don't know how to read and do math by the time they get to kindergarten or 1st grade, that's poor parenting. I have a very, kind of a high standard that I expect. And I think we are too willing to let schools, for instance, do the heavy lifting in getting kids prepared for life. I think that ought to be primarily a parent's job. I think that Vivek is right. We are okay with the 6th grade reading level. I don't think we should be.
But I would say,
yeah, Brian, smarty arty books all day, every day.
So I will have to disagree with you because most kids who are gifted.
Okay, right? I'm not even bothering with the gifted. That's not where I'm going with this.
I'm just saying, I'm just making the percentage. I'm just breaking the percentage down. Most kids who are gifted are a minority, right? They're a minority.
Yes, gifted.
Most people in high school, no matter whether whatever you look at are average learners, right? They pick up stuff and they do the basic things. Nothing special, but enough to get past, right? But it also depends on what subject matter. Some are great at certain subjects other than others, right? So you got math students who are I know this dude just astronomical, but then there are other students who are not as good, but they might be better than English, or they might be better than science, right? So it's nuances, right? It ain't just, most people. No, most people when they're in high school, right? Most people are specialty students. That's number one. They're very good at
that doesn't even make sense. What's a specialty student?
Meaning they're really good at one thing and average at everything else.
I don't know that I can agree with that.
Of course, because most people, the majority of students graduate with average grades. And they have an A in one class, right? Most students, that's the majority.
I don't agree with that.
A student who's good at everything is a minority. It's a minority. It's a minority. That's why you got it at the top of your class, right? You have a minority of students that are good at everything. Then you have the rest of the students, right? Who are good at one or two things and average at everything else. That's the numbers. Numbers don't lie. So with that being said, when you walk out in life, right? You don't have to be a great reader to be a successful entrepreneur.
Okay.
Right? You don't have to
but
a great
whoa. Do you think I disagree with that?
No, I don't think you disagree with that.
Okay. I'm not saying you can't be successful. I'm saying the chances are you won't.
Actually, you have a greater chance.
I disagree with that.
Because the greater majority of people are middle class.
Okay, class has nothing to do with my argument.
Has everything
to
do
with
with it.
Not directly, anyway.
That's everything to do it because if you compare America to the rest of the countries, all the countries, most people are average.
Right, and what I'm saying is that our concept of average is very, very poor.
I don't think so. Because this is
you don't have to think so. I understand you might not agree with that. But here's a Pew Research poll here. About 2/3 of Americans see K-12 STEM education. Let's see. Is that what I want? Well, we could keep that. Let me grab this link. But this isn't my argument here. I don't want to look just at STEM. I want to look more at reading. Because the U.S. worldwide is very middle of the pack. And I think that we are suffering for that.
Middle pack meaning what, though?
Meaning there are half the countries of the world are doing better. That's what middle of the pack means.
Middle of the pack will mean that everybody in America is pretty much average.
Okay, and for an exceptional country, we shouldn't be middle of the pack. So the U.S. is right at the 5. Let's see here. How do U.S. students compare with peers around the world? Let me see if I can get a good chart, and I'll drop these links in the chat at some point.
I think you kind of fall short, but your argument falls short is
no, it doesn't fall short.
It's always in every country in the world, including America, it's always a minority of people that's going to have the
you don't get my argument. I'm not arguing any of that stuff you're talking about. I am saying if you average in America compared to average in other countries does not measure up. I think our education being middle of the pack, especially when it used to be near the top, like back in the 60s and the 50s, America was always in the top 10. So we have had a sharp fall off over the decades. And my argument is our standards have gotten lax. So what we would have considered average 30 years ago would be exceptional these days. Now, it's a rhetorical argument. Maybe what I ought to do is go in and put numbers to this. But being in the middle of the pack when we were at the top at some point or close to the top, that's a problem.
Well, I would understand that when you hear the heavy immigrant country, right? We're the most.
I don't think we have enough immigrants.
Well, I'm just saying it's weird.
A lot of the immigrants we're bringing in. An interesting statistic is that if we sent all the H-1B visa type engineers, for instance, American students would not be able to fill in the gaps. We don't produce enough engineers and that sort of thing.
Well, this has always been an immigrant heavy country, though.
So now that I'm thinking about it, I probably will just come back with better numbers tomorrow because these numbers here are fairly old. But for instance, just this down and dirty right here, 4th and 8th graders improved from 150th in the world to 100 and let's see, their scale on a 300 scale. We're right at the middle of that pack.
For that 4th grade, right?
38% of 4th graders, 34% of 8th graders, and 22% of 12th graders were rated proficient. So that's way less than 50% of people being rated proficient at grade level in the 4th, 8th, and 12th grade.
But that's not really telling a story, though.
If you expect proficiency and 2/3 of the students aren't proficient, what story would you prefer to hear?
Because we don't know. You have to, once again, some people die, some people don't. I mean, there's a lot of nuances there, right? What do you mean? Not all the students are even make it to see, those, whatever, through tragedy or through mental health, whatever it may be, right? So you have to understand, even America is still, even if the education isn't as where it used to be, is still a highly, and it's an elite and can compete.
America and their K through 12 education is not elite.
Well, that doesn't matter, because what matters is the guns and the weapons. That's what matters.
My argument is it does matter.
It doesn't, because how power is take it. Well, you want power, you have to take it. Not education is not going to get you.
Yeah, I'm not talking power. I'm talking education.
That's all that matters.
And Ryan, let me talk to some of my folks in the audience. Y'all can talk bullshit all you want about books and stuff like that, but you know I'm right. Okay. I don't get. If you don't get my point, it means you're not capable of getting the point. And it could be because of that reading proficiency or that K through 12 education that I'm arguing is below par.
Stanley, you told Stanley.
That might be why you're not getting it, Ryan. Think of that.
Damn,
you too.
Stanley, why you got to stand like that, Stanley?
Oh, hey, they're used to it.
Damn, Stanley. That was a low blow.
Look, I've been watching Ryan for a while now, cracking wise in that chat. What's up, Sunkissed? What's up, Imperious? So I'll come back and I'll actually put numbers so it's a more cogent argument. But look at this. Basically, this particular assessment, the U.S. ranked 31st globally in education quality, where Japan was 6th, Singapore 1st, South Korea 1st. I mean, we're at the middle of the pack, and I'm just, if that is something that is our average, then we have a problem, because you're not going to remain a world leader if you're actually accepting that you know, I don't see how you remain a world leader for, in 200 years.
Okay,
Says
so let me
here,
explain to you.
why U.S. ranks lower despite high spending. The U.S. education system faces challenges, including regional disparities, underfunded schools in low-income areas, and a lack of equity. That sounds like it's right out of the liberal handbook. However, the system emphasizes creative, critical thinking. I do not think America emphasizes critical thinking. Creativity, maybe. I think it says here U.S. ranks first in global competitiveness, but 31st in overall education quality. And I kind of argue if we just really crack down on on especially the H-1B, like what do they call them? Genius visas or Einstein visas or whatever they're called. We'd probably be fucked. But Imperious, I'm glad you're here. I want you to hear this short that I released. You were here. I think you were here for some of it. You were actually up on. I'm going to ask you. Oops.
Interesting.
What do you mean by that for the slow folks in the class?
I literally mean. Let me pause it. Imperious, I think you were. You probably heard this little diatribe that I released as a short. It's called "Why Parenting is America's Biggest Problem." So I won't bore you with it, but. Where I want to go, and I'm going to revisit this topic since parenting is my biggest pet peeve. I guess I need to flush it out. You've kind of forced me to do that, Ruthless. So
I think Stanley, you're missing the whole concept of America at this point, right?
No, I'm not missing the concept of America.
Yes.
That part, I'm literally not going to agree with you
I'm
on.
thinking America.
I think you're missing the point of America.
So I know the point of America.
The point of America is not to be average.
No, what? Yeah, but average in what though? They not want to be average, but they want to be the world power.
Just plain old average.
Like
you hear that America is an exceptional country. We are the American exceptionalism. Do you agree with American exceptionalism?
Of course.
Okay, then what are we exceptional at doing?
Taking over shit.
besides our military and at this point taking over small Central or South American countries.
We excel in politics.
No. Donald Trump is president? Oh, that's a stretch.
We are America's number one in politics. It's not even close. It's not even close. Right? They also excel in, they got the people that they got to keep their technology at the elite edges in Harvard, Yale, Princeton.
But those people, most people don't go to any of those schools.
Well, I'm just saying, right? There are got minority of people. You only need so many people to keep your technology at the cutting edge. You don't need that many people, right? You don't need billions of people. You need a few 100,000, right?
I mean, education is a variable. I mean, the thing is like for most, I mean, you're talking about average. I mean, if you make $60,000 a year, you're in the top 1% of the world income. So I mean, it's all relative.
Let me set this stage right here because I don't ever buy any of that stuff. I'm a big believer in that our biggest competitor should be internal. Okay.
Absolutely.
We don't expect, we expect Cambodia, or somewhere like that. We expect to make more money. What I'm saying, I'm with that Vivek point that we venerate mediocrity too much. If the average reading level is at 6th grade, that's not acceptable.
No, I agree. I agree with that. But that's also, these are the issue. I think really what it comes down to is that sociologically our culture has put the idea of learning actual academics in the back burner. Remember, what people talk about education now is not really education. It's bullshit. You know what I mean? Like Stanley, I'll give you an idea. When I was in college at SC,
I totally agree with that.
Yeah, like at SC, Stanley, like we had all the exams in my fraternity of every exam that was taking place at any professor. We all had every exam that every professor had. You don't need, like, that's what I'm saying, like, this idea of, like, education back in the day, like, I'm talking 100 years ago, you could only go to college if the profession that you were going to go into required it. Like, it wasn't like everyone was just like, okay, everyone go to college. Like, that's not the education we need. I think education, how do we define education? Do we define it as like because not everybody is going to be an academic, and not everyone's going to do thesis papers. But that doesn't mean they're not smart or can't be intelligent or can't be learned.
Right, but
you know what I'm saying? So I think it's relative to what we're like. Not every.
I'm not saying everybody needs to go to college. I'm saying that if you graduate from the 12th grade, you ought to be reading on a 12th grade level. That's really the crux of my argument.
That's and that's a failure of our government institution. And what it really and really what it is to me, it's a two-part. It's not specifically the government itself, it's parents and society and our culture too.
Dude,
because if you hold a kid back, let's say like that to me when I was young, I never wanted to be held back.
Be quiet.
I was afraid like if you got held back, you weren't going to graduate with your friends, you weren't going to hang out with them.
What are you doing?
How you doing, man?
Well, pretty good. No, look, I'm just talking about the minimum requirements. I'm saying if you get out of 12th grade, read at the 12th grade level. If you decide you want to go to college, in my opinion, if you have to take remedial reading or remedial math, you shouldn't be in college.
That's subjective, man.
Yeah, exactly. No,
it's not subjective.
No, it's not subjective. That's objective. No, that's objective.
I agree with Stanley.
Stanley,
I literally think if you go to freshman year of college, if you're going to those college courses cost money.
What I'm saying is everybody, right? Most people.
Okay, you're not getting my point, Ruthless. I'm not, dude. I'm just talking about minimum standards.
Minimum standards. Most Americans.
You can't go below. No,
that's it.
I think
most
when you
Americans
get out of
can graduate and have an education.
Imperious, you're borging out a little bit.
Be borging.
Stanley, I agree with you.
Okay, hold on.
Well, good. I'm just saying, if you get out of 12th grade, you ought to be reading at a 12th grade level. That's really what I'm saying.
That's the opinion, though.
No, it's not, man.
Okay, well, what grade level, if you take the time to go through 12 years of schooling, what grade level would you accept for someone getting out of 12th grade?
Shit, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Oh, it does matter.
Let me can read and comprehend.
No. What Stanley is saying is that graduating high school is supposed to be a prerequisite that you were have the ability.
I'm almost there. My patience. What I mean is, I do believe, and me and Stanley kind of disagree with this, that different people have peaks. Their education peak times are different. So just because a person graduated and underperformed in his time during high school, he may excel later in life in other aspects, right? So peaks are varies, right? People peak at different times in a lot of cases. So you kind of average that in there.
Okay, define what reading. What's a peak of reading?
So, for example, like I told you, when I was in high school, I was reader, slow comprehension. But when I went to college, because my interest was sparked in more different subjects, I became I shot to the top of it again. I peaked at my
Right.
college years.
That's an anecdote. I'm talking average.
I'm saying average person. Each student peaks at different times and different
Right.
things. Most
And then when you look at an average will take all that into account.
Watch this. Follow me, family. Follow me. The average student, right, is not good at everything. They only good at some things.
Okay, you're not getting my point.
Okay.
The slow student, the exceptional student, all that gets lumped into the average. I'm just saying that our averages are skewing towards the bottom. Okay.
No, they're not.
I think
Stanley's not saying 100% should it. He's saying it should be like 70 to 80. He said,
JB, that's
he's saying
not
it should be
productive.
70 to 80% of people who graduate should be able to read and write and do mathematics at that level that they're supposedly graduating. That's all he's
subjective.
saying.
That's subjective.
But that's objective because there is a objective, a non-biased standard that we all have to accommodate. That
So
means
once
it's
again,
not
right?
subjective because it's
And
not up
if
to
you're
me how I
telling me-
feel about that.
Right. And if you're telling me that students aren't motivated enough to read at that grade level, if the student in 12th grade is just going, oh, hey, I'm not going to put effort into reading at grade level. Now, this is all things being equal. I'm not talking learning disabilities. I'm not just your average old regular intelligent student. If you're telling me that laziness is why these students, they're just going, hey, whatever, that's subjective. If that's what you're telling me, then we need to figure out how to motivate these students.
Give them
And
a goddamn cookie.
I think parents ought to be the motivator. Like, what are you doing?
You know, I
knucklehead?
feel like we should bring in Darth. I think we should bring in Darth Vader. Remember that scene where he's like, "Perhaps I can find new ways to motivate them." You know what I mean? Remember that scene?
Or just give them goddamn cookies. They might do it for a cookie.
What JB? Let me turn down that volume a little bit.
Different people.
But I think, again, like we were saying, this is a multifaceted thing. You can't blame just the schools. You can't blame just the parents. It's a coalescence of our. It's a coalescence of our society, bro.
Can we agree with
It's
this?
our
I
society.
agree with that.
Can we agree with this? Right, that different people value different things in different parts of their lives. In a lot of cases,
Reading shouldn't be. You shouldn't be valuing
Okay,
be brave. You Be Brave, for instance, will proudly tell you that he didn't get into reading till he was in his 30s. Well, I mean, arguably, apparently, reading wasn't necessary. But when he finally decided that, oh, hey, I want to know something about politics. Well, dude, Be Brave sounds like a moron when he starts discussing politics because he waited too late, in my opinion.
But a lot of people think Trump sounds like a moron when he discusses politics.
He
But
is
he's
a
the
moron.
Who cares, right?
No, look,
Doesn't matter.
look, guys, dude, Ruthless. The problem here we're talking about, you're looking at like overall education and like when it occurs and all that. Like we're talking just simply about standards. That if you're gonna graduate
Right.
as an 18-year-old and go into the world and be self-sustaining, you better have the skills to be self-sustaining. And none of these kids have skills to be self-sustaining. That's the big
thing
issue.
is that the way it works is that if you get out of school and you're reading at sixth grade, at a sixth grade level, for instance, you can be successful, but the odds are going to be against you. You're not going to get, you might not even get that plumbing job.
And that's the thing. You still got to read schematics. You still got to read blueprints. You still got to be able to read like repair kit. Even if you're like an HVAC technician or
if you graduate,
you still got to
from
read
high
directions.
school, if you graduate from high school, right, that automatically shows that you're competent enough to have
No,
the
it
basic
doesn't because you automatically. No, do you know that? Do you know that? Hold on. Do you know in certain states like Washington and Oregon is against the law?
I'm gonna give.
Hold on, no, but you're wrong in your.
I just want to finish. I wasn't finished. What I'm saying is, graduating from high school, right, says you have accomplished the basic necessary skills to function in society. Now, what then happens once you graduate, right? Where you peak at are your, because life happened, right? Survival skills kick in. And then through that, you didn't figure out where you're strong at.
Survival skills are you talking about?
So it could be several different things. It could be your skills could be concrete, right? Building shit, right? You could be a good, or you could follow instructions. You could be a yoga instructor, right? You could be a fitness guy who just
okay. Well,
works out really good, right?
Sounds like you want ruthless.
Right. So
Ruthless. It sounds like you want this to be a country of late bloomers.
Yeah, that's my point.
No.
Yeah, you're talking about like a failure to launch situation. Like, dude, like, hold on. Why would you say that graduating high school reflects anything if it's against the law to not graduate people? In Oregon and Washington, by law, you can't hold kids back or not graduate. So what does it mean if in Oregon and Washington you have a high school graduate? It means nothing, because by the law you have to graduate them.
Will you understand that the high school diploma, no matter what time in life of American history, never meant that much?
That's not true.
No, it never.
No, it's not true. Dude. Like, did you know most high schools throughout most of our country had an exit exam you had to pass?
Let me say this, right? All the top students, right? The breakdown, the top students, you know how they get in college? Not by their high school diploma. They get in college by the ACT scores, right? So whatever they score, the test they score, the special test they take, that's where they get placed in college.
Okay, well, I'm telling you right now, if you're reading at a 6th grade level, you're not going to do real good on the SAT.
You're not going to do well on the SAT if you can't read at an 8th grade level, dude. Even if you can't read at a senior in high school, you're not going to do that well on the SAT or ACT.
I'm not disputing that. But then that's what they got junior college for, right? Which they then have you.
Okay, that's a whole different thing. That's a whole different situation.
Now let me finish. So when you go to junior college, right, you might take off to the next level. You might find.
Okay, we never argue against that. We're not arguing against that. I think junior college should be for anyone who wants to.
I want to talk anecdotes. I'm talking overall.
No, I'm talking overall.
There's a problem, bro. Hold on. There's a problem when there's a problem when JCs, junior college campuses, are saying these kids aren't even qualified for us. Because do you know what the C shot did? Do you know that most of the kids during that period lost 2 to 3 years of education? That's what they acclimate that. Literally, because of the inability to go and interact with teachers in person and do work in person and all that it took about 2 to 3 years of worth of education from each of those kids. This isn't like we're saying they're just automatically dumb. That's not what we're saying. We're saying that there's a structural issue here, bro. And that the structure is allowing them to perpetuate being failures and propagating it until we're going to have a country full of people who can't walk and chew gum at the same time.
So this is what I'm saying, right? Do we understand what the first 2 years, your first 2 years of college, what are you going to do in your first 2 years of college?
Make all A's?
No. What is the one thing you're going to do that's the same as high school?
Oh, it shouldn't be the same as high school.
It is.
Yeah, JC shouldn't be anywhere near a high school. A junior college isn't anything like a high school.
No. What I'm saying, the courses you take, first 2 year courses you take are the same thing you took in high school. Biology.
Okay, and that is ruthless.
Well, let me finish. I'm almost there.
Wait, hold on. Are you talking AP classes? Are you talking like AP classes or what? Because AP classes are college classes.
When you go into college, you're taking the same classes you took in high
No,
school.
you shouldn't be.
No, that's an AP course, bro.
General
Hold on.
education.
No. General education is not an AP course. An AP course,
No.
advanced placement course that you take a test for at the end of the year to get credit for, is the college classes.
No, I understand what you're
saying.
Not the
general education.
I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying you're wrong. What I'm talking about is every college student that goes into a college, no matter what level you at, you're taking, right, the general education class you took in high school, first 2 years.
No,
No. That's what I'm saying. The first year freshman course in college is the AP
English.
Biology 2 course in high school.
It's still that's the same shit.
No, it's no AP 2.
Not everybody takes AP.
Very few. Only about 15% of the country take AP courses because they can't qualify for it. Number one. Number two, there's not teachers that are qualified to teach it. Number two, and number three, you have to take an exam at the end of the year. That's a 4-hour exam sitting in a gym like a college exam to get those credits.
What I'm saying is this: no matter what level you graduate from high school, when you go to college, you're going to take general education before you go into your major.
Let me put it to you this way. If you are going to spend college money to take the same courses you took in high school, then that's a total waste of money.
But that's mandatory.
No,
it's not.
Yes,
the courses that you take in college, your first year course, your freshman bio or your freshman stats course is not the same as what you take in high school.
Yes, it is.
Wait, hold on. What state?
Yeah, where'd you go to? Because I went to a pretty, high-end high school, and my books were not the same in high school as they were in college. Dude.
Let me put it to you this way, and I'll use my son as an example. He went to public school here in my little small Georgia town. It was an excellent school. He's at Georgia Tech right now, and I guarantee you, well, he took a lot of AP courses for starters, but no, the Georgia Tech, like the English course he took, no, it wasn't even the AP course. It was harder because it was the third, he started off with the third.
Yeah, it's literally English literature and vocab. Like, it's a different kind of course. Your AP courses, for example, in English in high school, well, you may cover a couple extra things and some different kinds of, poems, and you might cover some Shakespeare and all that. But that's not comparative to the 1,000-page book that you're going to have to read in your freshman English class.
Okay. Once again, you're taking.
And the standards are going to be higher too. That professor's going to have higher standards than your high school.
Well, and not just that, but in some schools you have an automatic fail rate. Like, for example, in law school, in law school, the grades are based by the means. So let's say the mean. Let's say the average of the class is a 60.
You're not listening. You guys aren't listening.
No, but I am listening.
No, you're not.
I need you to show me.
You went into law school.
I need you to show me a textbook.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Your first 4 years of college is going to be general education. Then you go into your major. And then you go your major. Then you go
how many years?
Your majors are only in you're only in college 4 years.
Well, you do. Well, hold on. You do realize that going into college now, you have to declare a major right off the bat. Now, I don't know that they hold you to it. My son took at least 1 or 2 major courses his freshman year.
Depends on if you go to junior college. If you go to junior college, you don't have to. But if you go to
right.
Yeah, hold on. Is there any? Hold on. Can we just pull up the textbooks? We can just pull up a picture of the textbooks of 8th grade English and freshman year English in college.
They're all the same.
And they're not the same textbooks, and they're not nearly the same. You can pull them open.
But they're teaching the same thing.
How if they're teaching out of the books? What the teacher lectures on in the lectures on your 3-day-a-week lecture in college is what's out of the book. That's why I never went to lectures. I just read the book.
This is why the delusional, right? First 2 years of college, you're taking English, you're taking a math class, you're taking a biology class, whatever that is into the general education. You taking the same shit you took in high school, just the college professors.
When's the last time you went to college? Hold on one second. When's the last time you went to college?
Shit, it's been a while, Stan.
Okay, because I can tell you right now, I went to college, almost 40 years ago. Freshman year in 2025, or was it 25? Totally different than even when I was in college.
Dude, it's different when I was in college in 2000s.
Yeah.
Like it's different now. Like, bro, like you got to understand now there are no repeat courses. Those are remedial courses that you have to take during the summer before you come into college, or they don't let you in. They give you a God, what is that called? A tentative what is it? Admission.
An acceptance, yeah.
They say you will accept you, but during the summer before your freshman year, you've got to take these remedial courses and pass them, or we're not going to let you in.
But let me make this quick point, Ruthless. This is where I'm talking about being able to read at grade level. It's going to cost you. Okay, they're going to charge you college level prices for something you could have done in high school for free if you went to a public school.
You still have to take it even if you pass in high school. If you got all A's.
You take the subject, but not the breadth of the subject. Hold on. Do you think like if I take do you think like college sports are the same as high school sports? No. The breadth and the depth of the sport and the technicality is on a completely another level. It's the same thing with academics.
Let's have this conversation. I'm not okay because the bodies, people get bigger, stronger, faster, of course.
But so does the mind. The mind's supposed to grow too. It's called neuroplasticity.
Let me finish what I'm saying. When all I'm saying is this, right? This is all I'm saying. When you graduate from high school, right? Your first 2 years of college, you're taking general education, which is English, math. Now, what level you take it at, right, is to your liking, right? Wherever you make your schedule. But this English, basic math, that's your first 2 years. You're paying for that. You're paying for the same.
Well, no. Your freshman year, you should not be taking basic math your freshman year.
I'm gonna say this, and this is why I disagree with college. Right? You're paying 2 years for the same shit you did 4 years in high school for free.
Bonsoir, Don.
But hold on. Are you saying that, like, for example, in English in college, you're learning about like adjectives, verbs, adverbs, like, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
The only different when you get into college is when you go into your major. Then you start getting into different things. When you look for your major, then you start going into different things.
Okay, well, let me put it to you this way. I skipped my first quarter of English class, but they're not fucking teaching you grammar and vocabulary.
You're writing. You're dealing with writing prose, and you're dealing with like you're doing technical writing and stuff. Like you have to know all these.
At least they used to, dude. You come in there with bad grammar, you're
gonna fail your course. Like if you don't know where to put commas, if you don't know where like if you don't know technicality in writing, like that's why I mean in law school they don't like, for example, you have to know the blue book. Like you're expected to know that from college. So in college, if you're learning technical writing, it's supposed to be knowing you can't be learning about adverbs and adjectives and conjunctions and all that.
So let me help you out, right? Let me help you out. Everybody's going. Not everybody.
We're wrong.
Not everybody is going to high level English. Some people are going to junior college.
Okay, everybody's not going to go to college and shouldn't.
Wait a minute. Well, that's your opinion.
No, not everybody.
No, that's not the opinion. That's fact. Not everyone should go to college, or it makes a college degree worthless.
The
social divider for people that can achieve higher things, but by risking more. Okay, look, a college is you're going to put your money where your mouth is, and you're going to take the debt for the risk that you have the intelligence to succeed by doing that. You're betting on yourself, essentially.
That is at their own expense. You have nothing to do with you. You don't have to pay anything on it. And some people going on scholarship, some people they get Pell Grants, right? They have different ways to get in. Some get government assistance. So not all of them's paying, all right? So some people, because everybody ain't balling. So we have to understand, some people get in on a Pell Grants and they're going to shoot for the stars. If they fail, Oh, well.
Okay,
So
and
they
that's
succeed.
exactly my point. You should be shooting for the stars way before you ever get to college.
Like
Well,
you're
that's
making Stanley look like the conservative here.
Well,
Like you're making
it's
no, but hold
better.
on. You're literally like making Stanley look like a conservative, where he's talking about direct competition, and you're talking about having social safety nets, making sure everyone can get to college one day.
Hey, Imperius, when it comes to parenting and education, I'm
Oh, well, yeah, I know you're
like,
conservative in that aspect.
I'm way to the right. I'm like,
but what I'm saying is he doesn't understand that he's going against his entire worldview by how he's presenting this one narrow subject. Like
yeah,
you got to
conservative, ruthless.
Yeah, ruthless. If you're conservative, you believe that only through competition should people succeed, and if you can't make it, you fail.
No, that's not what I believe. It's not what
But
I
then
believe.
you're
This is
not
what I believe.
conservative. You're a
This is what I believe.
liberal, because a liberal says society should make up for the inequities of people.
Let me tell you what I believe, right? I believe the numbers are the numbers. They're going to be, most Americans are going to have average lives and work average jobs, majority, no matter what area you put us in, right? And then there's going to be a minority of motherfuckers who are really smart, who can never get the big.
Okay,
big
but
high
see,
tech.
you're not arguing the point.
Minorities.
My point is that average should be higher. Average should not be mediocrity.
But we're not going to the lowest common denominator here. We're trying to look at a standard. We're trying to create a standard which forces people to have to do a little effort so that it's assured that they can survive on their own.
Well, number one
it's
is
literally you're talking about, like, no, we're talking here about, no, dude, we're talking about, okay, it goes back to the question of this. If somebody doesn't want to work hard enough to do something, why should somebody else have to subsidize for their laziness? I understand if they're medically handicapped. I understand if they're medically handicapped or things like that, but you're talking about, you're just saying, okay, if some kid doesn't want to, hold on, you're saying if some kid in high school, I don't care what race or what religion, I don't care who he is or she is, if they want to be lazy, you want to make it so that, okay, they're lazy, but in a few years they could somehow make it up.
Wait. What do you mean what I want to make? I don't make the fucking rules here.
Okay, listen, well,
your government, hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. Your government understands that there are going to be people who are not economically.
Okay, economics has nothing to do with it.
We're not talking about economics here. We're talking about intelligence levels. We're talking about knowledge.
I'm going to finish my statement. They're going to offer scholarships. They're going to offer
shouldn't.
People who are.
Yeah, there shouldn't be scholarships if you don't qualify for it. Scholarships for the exceptional top.
Stanley's delusional, right? Because Stanley thinks.
How am I delusional?
What are you talking about? He's the one. No, Stanley's the one defending a traditional liberal education. Liberal, small L.
Let me attack Stanley right now.
Shit, it should be capital L. Dude, y'all should be taking Latin.
Exactly. That's a traditional liberal education. You'd be taking Latin. You'd be taking engineering courses in high school.
Let me help you out. Somebody comes on my platform and attacks me.
Dude, if you're not doing calculus by the time you get out of high school,
dude, my grandfather knew calculus, and in senior year in high school, calculus now is a 2-year AP course. They had to know it in the 30s.
My son actually took AP calculus.
Calculus is a specialty course. Only a minority.
No, it's not. It's not, though. Calculus is the base mathematics of higher level of engineering.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It's minority.
Dude, calculus is go ahead, bro. Calculus is the reason we know why the planets orbit each other. Calculus is the reason we know how big the Earth is.
Ruthless.
I didn't say calculus wasn't
ruthless. Calculus is literally. Like, if you're going to be a STEM major, you should have had calculus these days coming out of high school.
Yes, I agree with that. But what I'm saying is that's a minority.
So that's the base math.
That's the minority.
But we're not talking about the minority. Hold on. We're not talking that every kid has to know calculus by the time they graduate high school. That's not what we're saying.
Wait.
We're saying no. We're saying that we need to have a standard agreed upon level.
I'm not going to ever say what I got to say. You keep cutting me off. What I'm saying is calculus is for the minority of people who are good at that shit. Most people, the majority of Americans,
that's the problem. It should not be a minority.
The minority of people will master calculus. The majority of Americans will never be able to read calculus.
And the minority of people should be going to college.
No. Because there's other things that have to do
with. Okay, they can go to a trade school.
Calculus is not the only. There's law schools that doesn't
Ruthless. You are not arguing.
Let me make my argument. Let me make my argument.
There is no argument. You're not arguing the point.
There's law school, right, which doesn't require calculus.
Okay, I'm talking freshman year of college.
Freshman year of college.
Yeah, 18 years old, dude.
You do not need calculus if you're not going to be an engineer.
Right, but the minimum, like, let me just throw out what I think my minimum standard should be coming out of high school.
To make it in this country,
when you get to college, you should be taking everyone should be proficient in algebra at a minimum.
No. You should be able to do algebra 2/trigonometry by the time you're in college.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. That is easy.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Even if you're an English major.
Yeah, exactly. You don't need to know calculus. Dude, I took calculus freshman year in college. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying in that I knew when I got into college, I knew the foundations to understand calculus. Because in high school, I took trigonometry and AP statistics.
Okay, so we're not disputing that.
But that's what we're saying. But we're saying you don't have to.
The minimum should be algebra.
Yeah, algebra 2 should be the minimum. Not honors algebra trig. It should just be algebra 2.
Stanley, what's this guy's name?
Imperius.
Okay, Imperius. We're not disputing that there's a minority of students who are super smart who could take all these great classes.
But Ruthless, we're not talking about that minority.
Right, but he's talking about
I am saying the majority, the average student should be doing algebra. I'm going to be liberal and say algebra 1 by the time they graduate from high school.
I disagree with you because most jobs don't need algebra.
What? What?
So what?
That's not. Yeah, they do because hold on. In Microsoft Excel, you have to write equations.
You
have to know algebra.
No, you don't.
What? You don't. You don't know how the transubstantiated properties.
Dude,
the transitive properties and stuff. You don't need to know to understand parentheses and stuff.
Let me tell you a quick story.
Y'all too smart.
My wife's brother did tree work up in Northern Virginia. Okay, and you would say, well, hey, you don't need geometry to do tree work.
You're damn right you do.
This motherfucker would whip out a piece of paper and a pencil, and he's taking trees down, cutting limbs out of trees. He's literally doing geometry in doing tree work.
How would he know where the tree's gonna fall? If you cut a tree near a house, how do you know where it's gonna fall if you don't know geometry?
You know what I thought of, Stanley? I'm getting attacked by two smart motherfuckers.
Okay, bro, we're not attacking you. I'm not attacking you. I think you're a smart guy. I'm not attacking you at all.
Let me show you something a not so smart guy says. I'm just joking, Palomino. Most jobs don't need algebra. Everything needs algebra, basically. So that's what I'm saying. Every job, dude, do you know how much how even basic arithmetic is?
Well, without algebra, you wouldn't know to dial your phone an area code first, because in the parentheses is how you determine in algebra what numbers to dial first.
That's
I'm just saying that's literally algebra. Is that you have please excuse my dear Aunt Sally? That's algebra.
No, that's algebra. No, he said most jobs, right? So if I get a
But
job,
that's what I'm
at
saying.
the
You have
bank-
to know how to dial a
if I get job
phone
at
in
the
most
bank-
jobs.
If I get a job at the bank, I don't need to know algebra. If I get a job,
Oh
at
my
the car
God!
dealership,
What?
I don't need algebra. If I get a job at a law
If you
firm,
get a
I don't need
job at a
algebra.
bank, you don't need to know algebra.
No, you don't.
How are you
Because
going to know? How are you going to know your till?
You just count the money.
No, but
Just count
that's
the money.
algebra. That's algebra. That's what I'm saying. Like all that till counting is algebra.
So you don't know. You just need basic math. to work the
No,
math.
that's algebra. Basic math is counting.
Okay, whatever.
That's
you call
not
it. What I'm
basic
saying
math.
is-
A till
When
isn't
you
just counting,
count
dude.
that change.
A till isn't just counting, dude. A till is a standard, and then you have to know how much
All you
above
need-
the basic number that you had in there is. You have to
So-
know what your variance is. You have to know what periods or what hours and all that kind of stuff you break down your till.
So I could get a rapper who's going to make more money than you ever see in your lifetime. as
That's
a
not
student.
about
Did you
the
say a
money.
rapper?
Money doesn't matter. We're not talking about money. We're talking about just the level for the average student to graduate high school, bro. We're not talking about money.
Most people aren't gonna make a whole lot of money doing rap.
Yeah, exactly. Most rappers just quit after a year because they can't make money.
I have bad news for you guys. In this country of America, you are judged on your economic success. Period. Men,
Not
particularly.
just that. Not just that.
That's 98.
No, you're
but
not. No, you're not.
Here is
90% of
what,
it.
but ruthless.
90%
This is what you're missing. You have a better chance of success if you can read and do math at grade level, even if you're a rapper.
If you want to make money, you got to know how to make money. Making money
you
is
don't.
math.
Sometimes money just come to you.
No, it doesn't just come to you. Nothing comes to you. What are we living in, like a feminist world where women just go, I'm what do they call? I'm conjuring up my perfect man. What are you going to conjure up $1 million?
We got.
No, I'm just saying that's silly. Like money just doesn't come onto people.
Math. All I need is gardening skills to grow that money tree.
Period. Now, some dudes that can catch a football. That's all they need to know how to do.
Oh my
Some dudes can
God.
just make a basketball. That's all.
And
they
they
know how to do.
all hire financial advisors to take care of their money for them who use algebra.
Okay, ruthless. Most people don't make it to major league sports.
Okay, yeah. Well, college, they're paying in college now.
The overwhelming majority don't even make college teams.
And not just that, but in colleges, for example, Texas, Steve Sarkisian, what is his GPA requirement? 3.0.
I don't know.
What is his GPA? What was his GPA of all of his team this year? 3.4. That's pretty damn high. So he doesn't let his kids catch shit if they can't pass algebra.
Do people?
Because you got to read plays.
Do people cheat on tests?
Yes.
Oh wait.
But if you're gonna,
now
are you saying they're gonna cheat on?
Post.
Yeah. Are you saying though that your fault, your inability to pass a test is not going to catch up to you one day, and you're not going to be found out and then drop from the team?
If I'm going to the NFL making $60 million, I wouldn't give a fuck.
Okay. But you're not. But hold on. How many people in the NFL make $60 million? Three? Three people? No, 3 people a year make $60 million.
We'll say.
There's only 3 people that make $60. Do you know that there's only about 5 Major League Baseball players that more than 60 a year, and baseball players more than NFL players.
I didn't say 60 million a year. I said in a lifetime. So the average NFL player.
Okay. What is the average? What is the average lifespan of an NFL player?
So we'll say between
4 years. 4 years.
We'll say 4 to 6 years.
Okay, ruthless. Less than 1% of college football players
even make it to the NFL.
Yeah, from high
and that's not
school
even
to
counting the
NFL.
practice teams. That's not counting second team practice teams, practice squads. The 53-man roster of starters is the 0.01% of the 1%.
Okay, so ruthless. Of approximately 1.1 million high school football players in the U.S., 73,712 reach NCAA. That's 7.3%. And just 259 are drafted into the NFL annually. That's 0.016%.
That's what I was saying, 0.01%.
Draft eligible college pool.
That's what I was saying, 0.01%.
Oh, did you? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
No,
No,
but
they
that's
get
no.
paid.
What I was saying is like that, and then take on top of that, and then hold on top of that number, take out all the people that are drafted, the 200 of them out of the 259 that are drafted onto practice squads that never even make the team, and then you're talking about the starters, that people that are starters for 10 years. That's the 0.00001%.
They still make 150,000, 300,000 a year.
Okay,
Yes,
and I make 300,000 a year.
You're arguing for the minority of people who make it. The overwhelming majority of people don't ever make it to the NFL. Dude, you're arguing exceptions.
Like, bro, I went to Modern Day High School, the biggest football school in the country for the last 20 years in high school football. Hold on. Do you know how many kids on the? Hold on. Do you know how many kids in modern day make it to a D1 college?
You live by me,
every year.
Pierce, you Cali?
But I'm trying to take the number. No, but you're looking at like the 0.00001% of people and saying that should be available for everybody.
Well, let me respond. So you guys missing my whole point. My point wasn't to say
Are
that.
we?
Yes. My point wasn't saying that is the only way. What I'm saying is you can actually make it in this country without a high school education.
And I'm saying the odds
are very low.
I'm talking odds.
Yeah, why do you want to make it harder on yourself? If you don't graduate from high school, all that's doing is making it harder on yourself. Why would you want to make it harder on yourself by not graduating? Life is hard, but why are you sitting there going, I'm going to make it harder? Like, that's like me going up and saying, hold on. That's like me saying, I'm Michael Jordan. I'm going to go bash my hand in with a hammer. Why would I do that?
Pierce, that's not what I'm saying. It's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is, I done seen all kinds of stuff happen. I've seen dudes who graduated from high school with honors go down and don't make it. And I've seen dudes who were...
Yes.
Okay, how is that relative to my argument?
My point is to you is people peak at different times of life in education. And it doesn't necessarily because they don't graduate at the top where you think they should be in high school.
That's not my argument.
That is your argument.
No, I believe people should be able to get success by a lot of different ways. That's not our argument. We're saying that if you want to graduate from high school and get that diploma, you should meet a certain standard. Just like anything.
High school is not the standard, though.
But it is the standard. Every person has to graduate high school. Every teenager goes to college, high school mandatory.
It's not the standard.
Well, what is the standard then?
So it could be different things. So college would be the Harvard, Yale. That would be the standard of that. And then
so Harvard and Yale are the standard of colleges? So hold on, because I went to USC, I'm below average in colleges?
Yes.
So know what I'm saying?
I guess University of Southern California is a piece of shit school.
I went to the University of Georgia. My son goes to Georgia Tech.
A great university.
That's pretty
like, you want to look at the alumni list of like University of Southern California, the University of Georgia, and what kind of people have been pumped out of those schools? You think you understand that a lot of the times in Harvard and Yale, a lot of that is connections you get in. Because those are private. Because those are private schools, they can take whoever they want to take. They don't have to adhere to standards.
What I am saying is, college is a standard of excellence, not high school.
No,
but then why is Harvard the standard of college, though?
If you tell somebody I graduated from high school with honors, I'm not gonna look at you like shit. But if you say I graduated from USC,
okay, but that's not ruthless. I'm not arguing any of that.
Okay.
I'm saying that what we call average is a low standard. What we call average needs to be ratcheted up.
It's like he's saying in general, bro, just like men on average, males nowadays can't bench press their own weight. We should make that the standard of being a man, because you ain't strong if you can't bench press your weight.
Once again,
that's what he's saying. That's all he's saying, is that Men,
saying
for
is,
most of human history, were able to bench press their own weight. Now they can't. We better raise that standard back so they can bench press their weight. That's all he's saying.
All I'm saying is, in society, when you say you graduated from an honorable college, it is looked at as very highly esteemed. Now, if you say, "Oh yeah, I graduated top of my class out of high school," people are going to look at you like, "Okay, you're not going to get the job."
Okay,
college
I don't even think college should be a standard.
Yeah,
I'm saying that the standard should probably still be high school, to be honest.
It should be high school.
High school diploma.
Diploma, yes.
But what we need to graduate from college, what we would call average coming out of college, coming out of high school, is too low. If you're not reading,
like what he's saying is that you can't be expected, dude. When you get to college, you're expected to know certain things, and if you don't know those certain things, college can't go backwards for you.
So this is the thing, right? College is a different level of understanding, a different style. So let me finish. And so, I told Stanley before you came on the panel, Imperius, I didn't do that well in high school. In high school, I was 16 top,
you're arguing an anecdote. I don't care about the anecdote.
But I'm just making a point to him. When I went to college, because of the style, right, I was able to gather more information. Right, I could go to the bookstore. I could deal with other students. Right, I could go over to students' houses. We could study groups. Those things helped me excel a lot faster than high school, where when I would go to class, right, and I would go home to my family, and they'd be too busy. Mom got to do this. So I really didn't have no study group. So I was basically.
And that's my point. You should have.
Things, and I'm gonna admit this. I was a little lazy, right? But when I went to college.
Exactly. That's and somebody should have said, don't be lazy. These are the standards that you need to meet.
But I was excited, Stanley, more with the study group part, right? That's what motivated me. I like going with my friends who I play basketball with, my teammates who go get study groups together and compare notes and do that. To me, I excel greater than by myself, is what I'm saying.
Well, let me, since you want to talk about yourself, let me talk about myself. I've literally never been in a study group because most of them slow me down.
Well,
I have my own standard, and why would I be in a study group when I probably have a different standard?
Point,
I don't want to be slowed down.
Thank you, Stanley. You just made my argument for me.
Oh, no, actually, you had no argument. I didn't make anything. The average coming out of high school needs to be higher than what it is now.
It's like we got to raise the bar. You know that James Cameron song in South Park, Raise the Bar? You know, that's kind of what he's saying. Raise the bar.
You guys missed the point. No, y'all missed the whole point. See, but Stanley just made my point.
Right, Stanley, but I don't want to get your point. I'm arguing my point.
Stanley is the type of person who can isolate himself and figure shit out. That's where he excels at.
No. I have to.
No, but you didn't. I'm just saying.
All I'm saying is that when your average boy or girl coming out of Ludowici, Georgia, ought to be able to read at a 12th grade level.
At the University of Georgia?
Ludowici. It's a small town in South Georgia. I don't live in Ludowici.
Oh.
It's just a small town we used to pass through on the way to my grandmother's house.
So let me tell you why that's never happened. Let me tell you why. First of all, most parents, a lot of people have dysfunctional families at home. So when they come home from school, there's a lot of dysfunction. So the distractions are there. So the learning curve is different. Where when you go to college,
that's why I say parenting in that home life is our biggest obstacle.
Well, just some people learn better away with different strangers that they have connected to. It's just the way it is.
Nothing to do with my point, which is the average needs to be ratcheted up. What we call average is actually below average when you compare it with other countries in the world.
And I would disagree with that because you would have to compare them all later on in life to see where they end up at.
No. I want to talk about 12th grade. I don't want to talk about later on. I want to talk about 12th grade.
But the 12th grade is not a barometer.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Always has been. That's why it used to be and still is to a certain extent. The high school diploma was like the minimum. Why do you think there's a GED? Because the high school diploma is so damn important.
It's not important.
It is the standard. And if you can't get that, then the GED becomes a standard. But getting through the high school courses is the minimum standard.
A high school diploma.
Most places, even when you go to apply to McDonald's, they're going to ask you what high school you graduated
tell them none,
from.
and they're still going to hire you.
Will they? Not when things have changed. Because you want to know why things have changed, and they'll hire you now because the standards have gone down. When I was a kid, high school, they weren't going to hire you if you didn't have a high school diploma.
That's not true.
Now I do know. Well, let me take that back because I mean they did hire like high school kids, but
Yes,
say you
thank
were
you.
going to be a manager or something like that. That high school diploma was going to be the minimum.
No, if they like you.
It was when I was a kid.
Well,
and
you're seeing that now because now the standard for most jobs, you got to have a college degree. All it's doing is inflating and causing more people to have to pay for a degree they don't even need. So it's actually what you're arguing, Ruthless, is that you're putting people into more debt and more hardship in their life going forward by going to college.
I didn't.
That's what you're not understanding, Ruthless. Like if you can't, if you're going to inflate it so that everybody goes to college, you're going to make it so the college degree means nothing and everyone is going to have to go to college and get in debt.
Imperious. I just told you the standard of society, not me. I
agree with you. Okay, agreed. Yes, the standard of society now is that we are inflating. We are inflating the value of a college degree.
I'm
so
a former criminal. I do not place those standards on people. What I'm saying is this is what America, people look at things.
I agree. Yes.
That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
Yes, I agree with you that college is seen as like if you want to be like a successful manager or something or a successful you're going to need a college. But that's the point. That's the problem is that 30 years ago, nobody said that. You could get hired out of high school and make a living out of it. That's the whole problem. That's what me and Stanley are talking about is that too many people are going to college, inflating the value of a college degree so that it makes it so that their wages don't go up. The greatest problem in America is not inflation, it's literal wages don't increase. That is the single greatest issue in America is you don't have wages that exceed the inflationary growth. And why don't you have that? Because nowadays you have to have a college degree to make over $75,000, and if you went to college, you probably have a debt of $75,000.
Okay, but you need to have college for other reasons. Pierce, you need to have college for other things too. You need to have college because you need the people to retire off the other jobs, so more job openings. Because there's only so much room at the top.
Okay, right? That's a totally see. This is a problem, okay? And I find this problem just almost everywhere I go these days. Everyone wants to expand and move goalposts and stuff. My basic point is that what we call average in the United States has gone down over the past since I was in high school 40 years ago. Okay,
it goes down every year.
Yes,
every year. It's
I don't care about college. I don't care about any of that. When we come out of high school these days, the standard is too low. I don't care about exceptions. I don't care about the top students or even the bottom students. I'm saying the average. These standards.
We're talking to a broad audience full of broads, Stanley. We're not talking. If you had to make it so college was individualized for every single person, you wouldn't have a college.
So let me. So
Stanley, we would all have we'd have tutors or Socrates or somebody.
But Nobody.
Exactly. You'd have more of an Acropolis type learning environment.
Nobody, no job.
What was it? We have it wasn't a gymnasium. What did Socrates have?
Stanley, no job.
Well, he had his
no job market.
university. It wasn't. What was it called? Oh my god! But it was the Acropolis. The Acropolis. The Acropolis was the name of the place where they all went and discussed things and debated each other in the town square. The Acropolis.
So Stanley, you do realize we're in a capitalistic society, right?
So what? What does that have to do with my point?
So everybody is looking at how much money they can make and be able to live in this country.
See, I don't measure that average. I'm not even talking about finance. I'm talking about education.
That's why I break it down to you.
See, I don't look at money at all. I don't care. I don't care because my standard of success really has nothing to do with money. Okay, I know plenty of empirics will appreciate this. Like, you know what? If you happen to come out of high school, what if you decided you wanted to be a priest? Okay,
exactly.
Nothing to do. You take that vow of poverty or whatever it is they're going to require, but you could still be Pope. But not everybody can be the Pope. I don't look at money. I just and it's a function of being my age. I'm
That's
60.
a great analogy, Stanley.
Yeah, so I know, and I've been taught by people in high school, or I've known people over my lives. You're not going to make $1 million being a 3-star admiral, at least not while you're in the Navy. But that's success. So sometimes you can't look at the money. Sometimes it's position.
Well, and not just that, but if it's just pure money, why does the president only make $400,000 a year and not $400 million? It's not just money.
Right.
Like Supreme
Money's
Court
important.
justices. Hold on,
It
Supreme
is
Court justices
capitalistic.
don't make that much money. They make like $200K a year.
Yeah.
But they're respected because of their minds. Like professors, college professors, tenured, they're not making 500, 600. No, they're probably making 110, 120. But they're respected because they're at the leading edge of their fields. Their mind is what is respected, not just money. It's the mind. It's what you know. Like, dude, there are so many intelligent, hyper intelligent researchers, authors, inventors that didn't make tons of money off that shit, but that are so intelligent that when you get around them, there's just this aura of they're like a giant brain. Like
Look
that to me is.
But So we are
Look at
living
Kenny
in
being.
though.
Wait, hold on one sec. Let's look at this comment. This is the darkest thing
Fucked up. That's fucked up, but funny.
I have ever heard. Now you have to know who made this comment. I've literally never heard Kimmy say anything that wasn't sunny or upbeat. This is dark. So Kimmy says,
I think she's becoming jaded listening to how bad the kids are now. She's getting jaded. She's like, F them all. You know what I mean?
I think in the 3rd grade, in the beginning of 4th grade is the barometer. That's when they use data to estimate future prison beds. Is that really a thing?
No, they don't do. That's scary.
Well,
That's sick. That's sick that she said that. It's funny, but it's sick.
In education. She's in education though.
I think they use usually ages 15 to 18 to look at prison population, not 4th grade, not 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds, poor kids.
Oh, that is
you little son of a bitch. I'll see you in cell block D.
Right. I'll be teaching you in prison. All right. Well, you know what? I'm going to wrap this up because
I got to hop off and eat some tacos.
I made a wonderful crock pot dinner, and it's time to go eat it.
Taco Tuesday for me. Have a good one, guys.
Yeah, Imperius, I enjoyed it. Ruthless, don't be a stranger around here.
Yeah, my computer was down for a little bit, so that's why I was.
Oh, that's all right. But I'll visit your show much. But the last time I was over there, it's just I sometimes getting up on these panels talking relationships, man-woman relationships. Dude, I feel sorry for my son. It's like, dude, is it that dark out there? So yes. I actually learned quite a bit listening to you young folks talk about this stuff.
Yeah, your son should be better off single and staying at home with family.
I don't know that he wants to do that, but
I
he'll
know
be
that.
okay.
These women, boy, woof. Man, they're not
I don't want
nothing nice.
I don't want him back here.
Well, he probably got to
single.
go play.
I'm a single parent. I did 11 or so years by myself getting him to this point. He can come back if he needs to, but I don't think he'll be fine.
Yeah.
You feel offended.
Stay away from women. Stay away from them women. Don't any no serious relationships. He'll be all right.
Well, next time he comes up here, Kimmy, come up here and give him what fur. Tell him not to do that.
I tell him, I give him Zach.
But everybody, John Strides, it's good to see you. Palomino, it's good to see you. I didn't really get to interact with y'all much because I was so into this argument. But Black Knight, salute. All the Diwali, where have you been? You need to come around more often. So Savage, Phoenix, Fish, where the hell have you been? You need to come around more often. Ignorant, Ryan, CKJ, all you guys, Kelvin. I will, Dawn, and Charles, who I never see. I'm gonna I'll be back around. It's possible I'll be on earlier because I need to figure out what time the Supreme Court case I want to listen to tomorrow is happening. But Hoosiers, yeah, I saw that. I'm glad somebody other than one of the usual suspects won the college championship. So good for the Hoosiers. So that's it. I will see everyone tomorrow. Maybe early, but probably not. So see y'all later.